Testing. Testing. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's a good thing the stream hasn't started yet. Wow, that would be embarrassing. You know, it's doing almost 1,900 of these shows. It's hard to one-up myself every single intro. You know, it's really hard. So I'm trying to give me a break here. So we got an election happening. Currently, I gotta make sure there's can you see me? Okay. There's an election. It's happening right now, actually. Right now. It's happening. So, should I do, I guess I should, I haven't set up a layout, by the way. So, you know, I figured I would do that while I'm already live. Could have done some preparation work. I didn't. But there's an election going on. You know, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We got some memberships. And then everyone who got a membership is going to go, wow, thank you, Realon, for the membership. Wow, I'm so grateful. But, like, what are you grateful for? Because I don't have any membership content. So, you know, but, hey, feel free to do the horse shit. But anyway, thank you, Realon, for that one. I guess. So, okay, I'm going to add a browser. Okay, what do y'all use? I'm going to use AP. That's what I got. That's what I'm going to use. That's my plan. If you have a different plan, you know, could do that. Oh, we got a T-Mobile ad there. How do I manipulate the browser here? Height. Let's see. Height. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's just close that for now. All right. And boom. All right. So this is what the AP has. Am I going to collab with anybody? Of course not. Of course not. I am not a social person. I'm not going to collaborate. What? Okay, so you're telling me you want me to, like, make plans before this stream? Like, maybe send people hey, you want to do a stream with me later? That's not happening. What the fuck? Who the hell do you think Anyway, so according to the AP, Donald Trump is doing pretty well. You know, hey, I don't want to turn on the stream here like this. You know, we're gonna be seeing a stop the count any minute now. But I've got some news. This is related to the election. And that news is Max the dog. Maxie, come here. This is Max the dog. He will be joining us. This is the election correspondent for this evening. Max the dog. Hi, Max. You're on TV. You're on TV. So that's going to be our election correspondent this evening. He's currently celebrating with some woke merchandise. He's very woke. He's consuming a Bud Light at the moment. He's very woke. Or at least, you know, a dog toy that looks like Bud Light. Because he's woke. So this is our election correspondent. He's very happy with this. This is a great deal. This is, oh, wait. Yep, there it goes. All right. So, yeah, so I'm sure other people are doing election broadcasts, but I guarantee you their election broadcasts are not going to be like this one. I guarantee you. So, is that a good thing that they're not going to be like this one? Probably not. It's probably a really bad thing, actually. You probably should, this is a historic evening, right? That's what I've been told. I've been told that we're going to make history today. Who do you want in frame more? I'm kind of trying to do a halfway thing here. We got double camera. Is this good? Do you mind if I'm only halfway on? It eases my social anxiety when I'm only halfway visible so that you can see Max the dog. So this is a historic evening and you're here. Now, I'm sure a lot of y'all are going to bounce around. Boo, 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 boo. You're going to bounce all over the internet with your little ADHD super brains, your brain rot, brains. But I promise you that this is not going to be worth watching. I'm just going to say that ahead of time. You don't want to sit here with me and Max the dog, the best dog of all time. You don't want to sit here with us, election correspondent Max the dog, and myself. You should probably go watch one of those other good shows. Hell, they have those election watch parties where you go and get drunk and get COVID and get high with a bunch of people and then watch the election. And then we might not even have the results tonight, so that would be awkward. Like, when do you go home? But you could do that, right? Like, hey, whatever. Or you can watch this. And so, but one of the things about doing an election stream is, like, who knows what's going to happen, right? That's one of the things that's really fun about these kinds of days, is that, honestly, who knows what's going to happen? Right? This is like, the last time I felt like streaming on a day like that was like, probably around, during like protesting, January 6th, that kind of stuff, I wasn't really streaming much when Gaza popped off. I guess I've been gone for a while. But, it's fun. Anything could happen here. Gaza's not so fun, just to be clear. But this is kind of like one of those fun versions of that where it's just like, you don't know. Could Donald Trump win? Maybe. But personally, have I showed you all my map here? Let me get you my map. I have a map. Okay. Is it a good map? Hey, what am I? It's not like I've been doing politics for many years now, or anything. It's not like that. If it was like that, it would kind of suck, but it's not like that. This is my map. This is what I got. Now, you may think, okay, wait a second. Holy shit, this bitch is on drugs? That's what you might be thinking here. And if you're thinking that, you're correct. That's actually correct. I am on drugs. I'm on a lot right now, but I was not on those drugs when I made this map, okay? I was on a completely different set, all right? Totally different, and I was in a different universe. So, but I want to explain. I explained it yesterday, all right? I explained my case for this yesterday, but, the polls are still closing. We don't really have that much information yet. So I figured I'll explain myself again at the start of this. Here's my explanation. All right. First, I gotta take a sip, It's all this talking making my mouth dry. I'm so dry. All right. So let's get the elephant out of the room. Texas. Okay. I know. Texas, I'm just fucking, this is, hey, whatever. Let's have fun. All right, Texas. Am I all in on Texas? Would I bet money on Texas? No. I have many bets. In fact, I'll tell you this. You know, I have bet on this election. I've bet, let's just say, 4 figures on this election. You know. Right, you know, let's see how it goes. But the only state I bet on is Arizona. I put money on Arizona. So, I hope Kamala wins Arizona. But other than that, it's just on the presidency and some other stuff. But anyway, Texas, I just think one of the key factors with Texas that stuck with me is in 2020, Ken Paxton, the Attorney General, went on Steve Bannon's podcast and said Donald Trump was going to lose Texas if I didn't cheat. Maybe he didn't say cheat. I'm paraphrasing. But he said that he did this legal challenge because he's the Attorney General to throw out a bunch of ballots. And he said if he did not do that, Biden would have won Texas. Okay? So, now, I understand. A lot of that, he's embellishing. He wants to make himself look good for the groypers and all those other fellas, right? So I get that. That's definitely a play. However, I also want to remind you all, Ted Cruz is from Texas. Nobody likes Ted Cruz, right? Come on. Come on. Okay? Shit. Look at this. Holy shit. This is fucking crazy. Holy fuck. Holy shit. Hold on. Everyone hold the phone. Fuck. My God. It's happening. It's happening. Whoa, whoa. What the fuck? It's happening. It's gonna happen. Wait for it. Okay. Alright, he's going in for the kill. Couple of other things. Did I say Ted Cruz yet? Ted Cruz, okay? Nobody likes Ted Cruz. Alright, let's be honest. Now, abortion. Abortion's a fucking huge deal, okay? All over the country. Let's be honest about this. Abortion's got everyone pissed the fuck off, okay? And I think, personally, it's been pretty close. Look at this fucking guy. Hey, Max, how's it going? Hey, look. Look, it's Max the dog, everybody. Hi. It's the dog boy. Look at him. Yes. You're on television, Max. You're famous. You're famous. Look at you. Wow. All right. This is a great stream. Okay. Where was I? Right. Abortion. I love abortion. Anyway, I'm just going for it. Okay. Fuck you. I get it. This is an ambitious map. You know, I get it. Right. And I know the only, okay, let me just put it this way. If the Republicans did not cheat in any way, shape, and form, and I'll elaborate what I mean by that, this is the map. Now, I hope we can all agree on that. If the Republicans didn't do these dumb lawsuits or win lawsuits or do voter intimidation by wielding machetes at the polls and all this horse fucking shit and threatening people and all that, right? And getting ballots thrown out and having all these election interference people at the polling places, right? If they didn't have any of that stuff, I think that we can all maybe agree that this is a map. However, to me, that's the big X factor. There's a shitload of right-wing election deniers that have been recruited by the groups behind Project 2025, right? All these guys are organized. They've infiltrated polling places. They've infiltrated, county clerk offices and all that kind of fucking stuff. And so that concerns me. There's been dozens and dozens and dozens of local election, you know, people, you run for an election in 2022 and then, you know, politicians and stuff and like local city councils that believe the 2020 election was stolen. These guys, they have a lot of power and influence on how polling places operate and that kind of stuff. So that, to me, that's the X factor. If you didn't have any of that, I think this would be the map. That's my opinion. The only thing that could prevent what's happening on the screen here, in my opinion, is Republican interference. So you can say I'm a loony lefty if you want. That's fine. Feel free. But that's what I think. But anyway, I got, let's put this back up. I got more on here. Iowa. There was that poll that came out. The Seltzer poll. The Seltzer poll. Huh? Seltzer? Anybody? Seltzer. Pretty cool, huh? The Seltzer poll. You know what? Fuck it. Kamala gets Iowa. All right? All right. Fuck it. Let's just have fun. This is a fun map here. Arizona. I bet money on Arizona. Okay? I bet money. 5-1. I hope it works out. Okay? Wish me luck. That's my entire argument. Oh, yeah. And abortion. Okay? I bet money on it and abortion. All right. Nevada. Let's be honest. Okay? I don't know. Why not? Let's just give it to them. All right. Texas. I already went through that. Georgia. Again. Abortion. All right? Abortion. We all know it. Abortion. Okay? We all love it. I love it. You love it. Abortion. North Carolina. Now, the gubernatorial candidate in North Carolina is historically terrible. Okay? Historically terrible. North Carolina has a lot of military people that live there. Okay? A lot of people don't like January 6th, right? That's a thing in places like North Carolina. Okay? I say Kamala's going to get North Carolina. It's abortion. Abortion. I'm telling you, abortion's going to put it over the line. Ohio. Now, this one's my favorite. Okay? Ohio. J.D. Vance is from Ohio. Now, usually, presidential candidates pick VPs based on what state they want to win. Usually. Donald Trump, on the other hand, chose a sacrificial lamb of a state. He chose J.D. Vance because he knew he didn't need or didn't want Ohio. He doesn't care about Ohio. J.D. Vance, everyone in Ohio who voted for him for senator regrets that decision because this guy's a fucking clown ball, okay? Nobody likes him except for, like, you know, the tech vampires, right? So I think J.D. Vance is so repulsive that it's going to make Ohio go blue. Now, again, I know I'm a little out there. Okay, I get it. It's fine. You know, I've been out there before. Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania. Okay. You ever been to Pennsylvania? I have. Abortion. That's the argument. I don't really know what else to tell you. That's the fucking argument, okay? And it's going to be the same with Wisconsin and Michigan, okay? This is my map, okay? We'll see. Maybe I look like a silly person. Maybe I look like a goofball, okay? Maybe. Maybe. But we'll see. Donald Trump has picked up more electors. He's picked up more effort values. Donald Trump is training with the Macho brace, everybody. Double time. But of course, Republican states like Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia, what they like to do, because they're Republican states, is they get their results really early. Why is that? One, because it's overwhelmingly in one direction, so it's pretty easy to call it ahead of time. And two, they close their polling places earlier than most other states as a voter suppression tactic because they're Republican strongholds. But there you go. Those are the three states here. I don't know how I feel about this like square thing that AP is doing. How do you guys feel about that? Maybe I'll get a different map. I used AP last time, I think. I don't know. What's a good map? What do you guys recommend? How about Axios? God damn, these maps fucking suck from like... Okay. How about Axios? Let's just use Axios. Whatever, man. I'll just flop between all the maps. Who cares? All right, here we go. We got Axios here. Yeah, I don't like that square bullshit. I don't need your logo at the top of my stream. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah. You know, I could be doing specific segments on news stories, but I'm not. We're just going to be sitting here watching the results come in. Maybe I'll play some video games at some point. In fact, I will right now. So anyway, this is the election 2024 stream. You know, I'm pretty much just going to be doing whatever. I don't really know what's happening. I'm not going to lie. I have nothing prepared. As you can probably tell, look at this dog. How about this? Look at this. Max, what do you think? Election correspondent Max the dog, what do you think? Who's going to win the election? Who do you think? He's thinking about it. Max the dog is an undecided voter, everybody. This is the face of an undecided voter. So next time you're thinking, hey, what's going on with those undecided voters? Think about this guy's face. All right? Okay? Damn, I still got 29 viewers. Holy shit. Nice. Can you believe that we're sitting here? I know, I'm going to do this one. This is easy. You know, this will kill like 5 minutes, all right? Can you believe that we're sitting here all today for the third fucking goddamn time in a row with Donald Trump's bitch ass fucking face on our goddamn screen? Okay, let me just lib out. I'm just going to say this, okay, at the start of my stream. I'm going to lib the fuck out. If Kamala Harris is declared victory tonight, if she's declared the victor tonight, which is possible, I wouldn't bet on it to be tonight. I wouldn't. I don't know if it's going to be tonight. But if my map holds true, it might be tonight that we know. I'm going to lib out, okay? Because if Kamala wins this election, and it's a landslide in a way that Donald Trump's team cannot cheat over, Donald Trump's going to go to jail. He's got to go to jail. There is no way on earth that we are going to have a prosecutor beat Donald Trump and not have him go to jail. Some people said Kamala should pardon Donald Trump. Give me a break, okay? If Donald Trump goes to jail, that's awesome, okay? Now, another reason why I will lib out tonight. Oh, now the viewers are going down. Yes. All right. Another reason why I will lib out tonight, okay, is that Elon Musk has sunken over $50 billion into this goddamn fucking thing. He has bought Twitter for this goddamn fucking thing. He has leveraged his entire credibility, his entire fortune on this fucking goddamn thing. So, okay, I want to see the meltdown of Elon Musk. I want to see Twitter.com cease to function because Elon pulls the plug in rage like a little baby when people are trying to like find out who won the election or whatever, and he's trying to like, I want to see what this guy is going to be up to. I want to see the whining. Okay? So if you'll forgive me, I know Kamala Harris fucking sucks. She's garbage. I'm not a happy person about this whole thing. They skipped the fucking primaries. You don't think I'm pissed off that they cheated us out of a fucking primary? And they waited until June to do the whole song and dance with throwing Biden in the garbage can when they knew that they were going to do that the whole fucking time? You don't think I'm pissed off about that? I'm very mad about that. Okay, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, I don't like anything they've done. All right? Maybe except for the time they gave me money, even though they were missing some money. They forgot. They still owe me money, you know? But hey, whatever. That was all right, I guess. But you know, one thing that I think the worst thing that these people have done, to be specific, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, is the COVID response. And that pretty much set in stone how the rest of the administration would be. You know, you should not be surprised that these people are spearheading the super duper mega genocide in Gaza. They let millions of their own people, our fellow Americans, drop dead of COVID. Dozens of millions of our fellow Americans become permanently disabled from COVID. So if they don't give a fuck about us, how should it be a surprise that they're sending so much aid and comfort to this fucking Fourth Reich in the Middle East known as Israel? That shouldn't be a fucking surprise, right? The Democrats here are trash. However, and I know that it's cliche, and I know that there's people out there that are cringing. Oh my God, I'm gonna cringe. Oh no. Donald Trump is worse. And I know it's funny. It's a punchline. I get it. It's all, but he's worse. He's worse. He's worse. That's just the fact of the matter. Okay? He's fucking bad news. I don't know what else to tell you. If that's shocking to you, if you're mad when you hear that, this guy tried to fucking overthrow the United States, and he's ugly on top of it, okay? I don't fucking like him at all, okay? And I would go as far as to say, it's pretty much a no-brainer here. If you think genuinely, let's ignore the third-party nonsense, save that one for later for now, and I got a lot of that, okay? As a former third-party vote, I have a lot to say. But it's not even close, okay? If this for a second, if you're thinking about this, Trump or Harris, I'm sorry, you're so goddamn stupid that, like, I don't even know how I could possibly have a conversation with you if you genuinely don't know. Who's better? Who's worse? I mean, come on. Come on. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, okay? Unless you got just some nefarious, fucked up agenda and you just agree with Donald Trump. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. But I have yet to hear an argument as to how Donald Trump is better on anything than Kamala Harris. Not a single argument. None have been floated. So, hey, I don't know. Hawaii's not visible. Can I zoom out here? Oh, yeah, here we go. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about the Senate. Don't worry. We'll get to the Senate later, okay? I'm talking about the presidency right now. I mean, I'm just looking at this guy's face, and it really it's disrupting me. It's disrupting me. I'm gonna scroll it off. I can't focus with this guy's face on my screen. The Senate and the House. I would be shocked if Republicans hold the House. That would be shocking to me. I would be shocked. I think the Republicans are going to get the Senate most likely. I would say 60% chance Republicans get the Senate, 40% chance that Democrats. That's how I feel about the subject. I like how Bodan is just many people tell me that many people are saying, and I'm not saying that, but some, the people out there, many people are telling me that Donald Trump, he's great on foreign policy. They tell me, that's what they say. They say he's the king of foreign policy. He gets things done that no one else would get done. Thank you, Bodan, for the best Trump impression. Because also Trump loves talking about himself in third person. But anyway, back to the presidency here. I'm gonna talk to the third party voters, because I know I got a couple in here. I know I got a couple in here. There's like one or two, maybe at least. You don't need to out yourself. You don't need to. But I know we got a couple in here. I get it. You don't want to vote for genocide. Hey. What the fuck does that mean? Like, seriously, like, let's logically follow through what it means when people say, I don't want to vote for genocide. What does that mean? That means that ultimately they believe a vote is a full-throated endorsement of an individual and their party's agenda. Okay? That is not what voting is. That is not really what politics are. A lot of people love to show up for politics every 4 years and opine as if they are hyper-intelligent, godly creatures who are just so smart, right? But my opinion is that politics is who is on the ballot, deciding who gets to be on the ballot. That's the politics. Choosing the president, that's not a difficult question. I really don't understand how this is a difficult question for anybody. Right? The fact that we have Kamala Harris and Donald Trump as our candidates is proof that we suck as a country. The fact that Donald Trump has been running for president for nearly 10 years is proof that we as a country are dimwits. We are dummies. Right? So okay, they suck. Well, how about instead of voting for Jill Stein every 4 years, you could do something else. You could run for office. You could contribute to local campaigns. But I know electoralism is stinky and kind of stupid. Hey, I feel that. So, you might think it's a waste of time. You could organize local lefties in your area. There's all kinds of things you could do. You could start a podcast. Hey, whatever. That's what I do. Right? You could do that. Right? And you could influence people in your particular direction. And that could reverberate throughout the country. Right? And if that stuff happened, maybe, just maybe, it would result in having different types of candidates. Now, there's a lot of steps in between there. But again, only about half this country even votes at all. And the half that votes, pretty fucking stupid. So the people that run for office, like the presidency, they know that you are all fucking dumb. Hey, myself included, I'm part of it. And so, why the fuck would they ever cater to anything we want? Let's be honest. They have no reason to. Because America as a demographic, hopelessly lost. So yeah, when it comes to voting, you vote for whatever candidate is going to fuck us over the least. I know, it sounds dumb, but what's the alternative? Vote for a candidate who's going to fuck us over more? Or throw away your vote and pretend and just, hey, I'm one of the 150 million people out of 8 billion that get to even play in the game of American politics, and I'm just going to choose not to. I don't know, man. To me, being able to vote in this election doesn't really mean that much, but I think it's a privilege. The United States influences the entire world. It's not just about us. It's about how this stuff reverberates all over the world. And Donald Trump has invested personally, and his family and friends have personally invested in beachfront property in Gaza. So when I hear stuff like that, and when I see news articles that Israel wants Donald Trump to be president, Netanyahu wants Donald Trump to be president, you know what? I'm going to say, hey, maybe Donald Trump is going to be worse on that issue. So, I just think it's silly to throw away your vote just because we don't have good candidates, and it sucks that we don't. Both parties skipped the primary this year. The Republicans skipped the primary 2 cycles in a row. The last Republican primary we had was 2016. 2020 didn't happen at all. 2024 was just a TV show to sell books. And the main guy didn't even show up for tape. He didn't even want to play a part in the show. They did a whole fake primary, and a bunch of people fell for it and watched it and thought it was real. Because, why? Because Americans are fucking dumb. If you thought the Republican primary was real, if you thought there was any chance Donald Trump would lose in a Republican primary, I hope you learned, but you were fucking dumb at that time in your life. Hopefully you're not anymore. But seriously, there was 0% chance. And anyone who wasted time thinking about that could have been doing something pretty useful. Or maybe not. Maybe you were just, you could have been watching some movies or something. Hey, that's probably more useful. Let's be honest. But yeah, it sucks. This country blows. And as a demographic, as a populace, Americans, and then more specifically American voters, are really stupid. They're really dumb. In 2020, the last Democratic primary we had in 2019 and 2020, because the Democrats skipped the primary this time around too. They paraded the corpse of Joe Biden around long enough until primary season to wrap up around June. Literally, the month the primary season wraps up officially, June. was when they had this public affair with Biden to get him to bow out. Just enough to skip the primary. So the last one was 2020. And what did we have in 2020? The same thing we had in 2024 with the Republican primary. A book tour. It was Bernie Sanders versus Joe Biden. Everyone else was selling books and running interference for Joe Biden. That was it. It was Bernie versus everyone else. But Americans were dumb. They're stupid. And they were going like, ooh, wow, look at all these candidates. Ooh, I'm listening to all these wonderful ideas. Whoa. It was Bernie versus Biden, and the rest of them were running to be vice president to Joe Biden, and that's it. No one was running to be vice president to Bernie. No one, because they all knew that Bernie was going to lose. Why? Because they all knew that you guys, us, the people, are fucking stupid. They're dumb. They don't care. None of us care at all. It's honest. It's true. We're the stupidest people in the history of stupid people. Americans. It's honest. I include myself in some of this. You know. We're dumb. We're dummies. We're not that bright. Do I have to refresh this manually? Are they auto? Okay. So, while everyone was pretending like there was such a nice, dynamic, and diverse crowd of candidates, it was really just Bernie Sanders' airtime getting drowned out and a bunch of weirdo conspiracy theories being floated about him and everyone else secretly running for vice president to Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris won that race that no one was paying attention to. No one was paying attention to the VP race. That's what it was. It was a VP race for Joe Biden. Kamala Harris got 1%. She was like the first one, I think, to drop out. The first one of like the oh so serious names that cropped up in 2019. She was like the first one of those to drop out in 2020's primary. She got 1% in the states that voted. And now she's about to be president. And she skipped the fucking primary. That reminds me of a TV show called House of Cards that I've seen before. This bitch is about to become president of the United States, having gotten 1% in a primary. How the fuck does that happen? Hey, I don't know, man. But hey, I voted for her. I voted for her bitch ass. And you know what? She had a gun to my head. I couldn't choose anything else. Because Donald Trump's the fucking other guy. Because we actually don't live in a two-party system. We live in a one-party system controlled by stupid fucking people. Stupid fucking people, okay? Both the parties flip back and forth. Whoa, when you're in power, I'm going to blame you, and then we're going to vote for the other guys. No, it's your fault. I'm going to vote for the other guys. Whoa. So we don't actually do anything. We're not going anywhere. We're crashing and crashing and crashing. And so you know what? My opinion is if we're going to have a one-party state, I want to have the one party be the Democratic Party. If we could have 20 years of Democratic presidents, maybe then people would realize that Democrats aren't going to help us either, and we wouldn't have to go through this eternal whoa that we've been going back through for the last 100 so fucking years now. You know, since Eisenhower. Whoa! You know, if we had 20 years of Democratic control over the government, we could then make a case that, hey, we need to go further beyond. But we can't do that because, well, one, who is we here? The left? There is no left. You know, let's be honest here. I don't know, I got like 20-something people watching my show. That's we. I don't know. Me? Max the dog? Look at this guy. Max, are you part of we? He's not even responding. Max, are you alive? It's not looking good for Max the dog, everybody. He is tired. What was I saying? Right. If we had 20 or so years of Democratic rule, then we could maybe have a more nuanced conversation. Because as left-wingers, as people who have left-wing politics, basically what we are is we are children while mommy and daddy are fighting. That's what we are. Ultimately, we don't have any control over the fucking situation. We can maybe run into the fight and kick our legs and scream, wah, 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 and maybe they'll look at us for a second and kick us back into our bedroom. But ultimately, as leftists, we are babies, we are children, we have no power, we are completely and totally powerless. We're just watching mommy and daddy yell at each other. That's it. And they both look awfully stupid. You know? But hey, maybe if we just picked one, and I choose the Democrats because they're going to be less insane, it's just a matter of fact, then we can maybe actually start delineating a little bit further when it comes to electoralism. But hey, I don't think electoralism's the path forward. It's just the one that people talk about the most. Anyway, that's only 1 hour? You're telling me I got to come up with hours of this shit? Hours? Really? Of this? Are we going to be looking at this all night? Really? So, I want to share something with everybody. A confession. I'm a little bit of a boomer. Open the chat. I have the chat on. What's up? How's it going? Mommy here. Oh, Ohio leading blue? Hey. Good catch, Catherine. JD Vance. I told you guys. But, okay. So I'm a little bit of a boomer. Okay. I don't keep up to date with a lot of stuff. I play PlayStation 2. What are they on now? PlayStation 6? I don't know what the fuck it is. You meant the stream or whatever? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You know? I wonder how long it would take for me to figure out how to stream from my cell phone. I'm not sure. Now, I'm not talking about stream from my cell phone as in, you know, shut this stream down and open up a new one on my cell phone. I'm talking about keeping this open here and then just like leaving and then coming back and being able to keep this set up on. I'm going to think about that for a while. You know, I mean, if I'm going to be covering the election for a while, I don't know, maybe I'll take a walk at some point. Do some, you know, walking commentary. If I could maybe call myself. Maybe. But I'm a little bit of a boomer, so if anyone has any ideas, let me know. I'm going to get the senatorial map here for the senatorial elections. Senatorial elections. All right, what map should I use? No, not that one. Let's do it with Financial Times. Let's go with financial. Oh, wow. This website looks like shit. Okay, never mind. Holy fuck. Yeah, let me just show it to you. Look at this. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. What on earth is this for a senatorial map? What the fuck were they thinking? What the hell? Whoa. Wow. This is one fuck mother of a map. Holy shit, man. I'm in awe. Like, this is incredible. This is awesome. I love that Rhode Island is literally an island. Like, it's just way out there. Man, this is cool. This is awesome. And Hawaii, do I need to scroll down for, okay, Hawaii's right here. I can zoom in. Oh, shit. Okay, whoa. Okay. All right. I think we've broken it. All right. Okay. I'm going to find another one. Oh, man. All right. New York Times. All right. I'll give New York Times my click. The senatorial map. So, Mila in chat, I don't know if she's here right now, asked me to look into the Nebraska race. I think it was Nebraska. There's no hover? I don't know. Was it Nebraska? The one with that independent guy? I looked into it. That could be fun. I don't really know anything about Nebraska. That's a weakness of mine as a political person. I can't say I've ever looked into Nebraska. Okay? I really can't say it. So, but I did read into it, and it seems like it would be interesting if Republicans lost a seat in Nebraska to some independent. But I don't know necessarily if this independent is all that special. You know, he could maybe be some problems. But that's something interesting that I looked into. Let me scroll down here. What do they got? The Senate. Got a lot of check marks. We are getting annihilated. It's Jover. Yeah, so anyway. The Senate I'm not so sure about. What seat did the Republicans flip? West Virginia, isn't it? It's not really I'm pretty sure it's West Virginia. Yeah. Because Joe Manchin, he left the town. But let's be honest. Is it really a flip? Is it really a flip? Let's be real. Is it really a flip? Texas is blue now. I think Texas will shock you. Assuming there's not that much cheating. I think Texas will shock you. I think. Yeah, so on the senatorial election, I can't say I know what's going to happen. I'm going to be honest. I was pretty hopeful before, but I haven't really kept up too much. But I do think that the abortion thing is a big deal. The abortion thing is bringing a lot of new voters in. They're not really being counted in the polls at all. And I think it would be consistent with a Kamala landslide if Democrats perform well in the Senate. However, the Senate's weird. You know, there's a lot of these people that do these like split ticket things in states like, you know, North Carolina, which isn't up right now, but, you know, that's a state, for example. Ohio, they got one of each. But, you know, but I'm expecting the Senate, hopefully, it'll at least be 50-50, because ultimately, the only possible way that anything positive happens in any way, shape, and form is if we have a Democratic trifecta. That's why we got the $1,400 big bucks back in the day. Sandy, stop. Can't do it. Um, Can't do it. What was I saying? The only way we can make any progress is if we literally have one party and the Democrats control all branches of government. Now, I know people might reflexively say that that's insane. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. It's not insane at all. Because Republicans are fucking useless. And Democrats get to hide behind Republicans all the time. They keep talking this big, tough game. We're going to do all this. We're going to do all that. And then they only get like 2 years to do something during the start of Joe Biden's administration. And then they go, oh, but Joe Manchin, the parliamentarian, Joe Manchin. Right? They always make these fucking excuses. Right? So if you, now again, this is all assuming you believe in electoralism at all. But hey, this is electoralism day. Okay? Look, come on. This is... fuck off with your revolution horse shit right now. This is electoralism day. We can do revolution day tomorrow and every other day. This is lib day. We're libbing out right now, okay? We're going to Libya on this stream. Today. Right now. But again, Democrats, they love talking a big game like they're going to do so much, but they don't ever do anything. Because they keep hiding behind Republicans. Oh my God. Or Joe Manchin. Oh my God. Joe Manchin. Right? So if we had a situation where Democrats had like 80 seats in the Senate. They had president for like fucking 3 cycles in a row. They had like 3/4 of the House. Well, then we could, again, I mentioned this earlier, start delineating the differences between Democrats and actual human beings that actually want to help people, of which maybe there's 1 or 2. We can disagree on the edges. And hey, I think the best member of Congress is exiting, Cori Bush. She lost, unfortunately, right? So, I think she was one of the best that we have. But we really only have like 1, 2. You can stretch it if you say 3 solid members of Congress. And, we have to really keep in mind, most Americans are dumb. Like a Democrat, like if we truly believe that Americans want things like healthcare, which I'm not convinced Americans actually want healthcare. I'm not convinced that they want that. I'm not convinced that Americans actually want that. I'm not convinced Americans want to pay lower taxes. I'm not convinced that Americans want to fix gun control. But let's just assume that all of these things are true. Right? And then Democrats don't get to hide behind Republicans all the time. Well, then maybe they would vote out the conservative Democrats. And then maybe we could get into a situation where we could execute the fabled meme of pushing the Democrats left. But we can't do that in a pendulum scenario where it's swinging back and forth and both parties keep blaming each other for everything. So that's why, again, my opinion, a one-party state in the United States, if Democrats controlled everything, that is essentially a multi-party system. At the end of the day, what are parties? They're labels. It's a little color next to your name. I don't give a shit about that. If we had the Democratic Party, as it is in capital D, as it is in the United States, control 100% of Congress all the time, well then the differences would start to show within the Democratic Party, the so-called Big Tent. And then you would see little mini parties show up within the Democratic Party. Some could call them caucuses. And this could all function exactly like a multi-party system. So why kneecap yourself with a third-party effort like the Green Party when you can just do the same fucking thing in the Democratic Party in less steps? And it's not rigged against you as much. Now, it's still rigged against you in a lot of ways, and that we can discuss on another stream. But hey, we're going to Libya today. It's election night. We're talking about electoralism tonight. So again, I would much rather have Democrats control everything, and then we create larger caucuses within the Democratic Party than do this fucking horse shit that we're doing now. That's why I advocate to vote Democrat. As much as I don't like Democrats, as much as I am not a fan of the Democratic Party, this strategy requires a one-party system. And I think the Democrats are a little bit better than the Republicans, so that's the one I'm going with. And that's why I vote Democrat, even though I don't like them. I have yet to hear a proper strategy for voting Green Party or Third Party other than my protest vote is going to be on the Wikipedia page and it's going to say Jill Stein got 0.6%. And then I'm going to tell my great-great-grandkid when they look at the 2024 primary and they see 0.6%, they're going to say that I'm going to tell them that that was me. I voted for them. I told the Democrats to listen. I put my name down. That's the only thing I've heard. That's the only argument I've heard for voting third party. And I don't get it, man. It doesn't move me. It doesn't really sway me much. I'm going to be honest with y'all. It doesn't really pull me in any particular direction. But anyway, yeah. If people have questions, I apologize if I'm going on a soliloquy here. Let's see. Sandy's got some stuff to say. You really just want to watch a movie and go to bed like I do every other election night. But every other election night, I don't have all these friends online. There you go. That's true. I mean, this is the big one, though. This is the big one. If you want to go to sleep early or whatever, that's fine. But hey, for me, this is the big one. I'm going to stay up. To solve the climate crisis, I haven't even gotten started on that one. We really don't have time to do this horse fucking shit. But you're right. To solve the climate crisis, we need open borders. Ding, 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 ding. Open borders. Loony, lefty, loony, loony, loony. And we need international socialism and much, much more cooperation. I agree with that. Militaries and nationalize everything everywhere. Well, I don't know about the militaries part. But yes, I do agree. The only way we could actually do anything that's going to save Earth as we know it, I personally don't believe that humans will go extinct. I think that the richest humans will be able to find a way to survive the climate apocalypse. Either in caves, in the ocean, in space. I think they're going to find a way to do it, personally. They are literally dedicating their entire lives and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars collectively on surviving the apocalypse. I personally think they'll be able to do it. And that, little bit of pisses me off. I'm not going to lie to you. Brian, I mean... I'm sorry, man. The thing about Green Party voters, and I get it because I was a Green Party voter when I was 19, is that they don't know what they're talking about and they never give specifics. Like for me, when I was voting Jill Stein, now again, I was in a safe state. I wouldn't have done that in a swing state. At that time, I made the decision that if I were in a swing state, I wouldn't have done it. But my argument at the time was, we're going to teach them a lesson, dude. they're gonna know that our 1 or 2%, man, they're gonna be like, in the next election, they're gonna say like, whoa, man, we really gotta like change our tune, dude, so that they can like, those Green Party guys vote for us, man. We gotta really, man, they really taught us a lesson. That's what I thought, because I was a fucking idiot when I was 19. I was fucking stupid, right? And that's like a non-specific faith-based, you know, it's kind of like a little bit religious, honestly. But hey, again, I freely admit I was a little stupid. I was new to politics at the time. But like, you know, I was pissed off, you know. They screwed over Bernie, dude. I'm gonna teach him a lesson, man. I'm gonna vote for Jill Stein. Like, you know? Hey, so I get it. I get it on an emotional level. I understand it. On a reactionary level, I understand the Green Party mindset. Okay, I get it. But it's not very logical. I'm telling you. Like, what? Literally, the weeks or so after the election, when I realized that Jill Stein just disappeared, then I was like, oh right, there is no step 2. It's a rug pull. It's a rug pull. There is no step 2. And then, here she is again, 2024. Third time's the charm. All right, I'm going to get some individual races up here. All right, let's give NBC a shot. Okay. All right, so because I'm big on Texas and I'm big on Ohio, I'm going to bring up Ohio and Texas. All right, let's throw... Man, we're not going to know what the fuck Pennsylvania's doing, so let's throw Michigan and North Carolina on here. You know, this is stuff a normal streamer would have gotten set up hours ago, but I'm not one of those. Why Texas? Because I think Texas is going to go blue, because I'm stupid and insane and I'm trying to find a way to make tonight more interesting. Oh, they fear Jill Stein. Oh, I get it. Oh, they fear her. Right. Okay. Nice. Good. Excellent, excellent. All right. What the fuck? All right. So let's look at Texas here. So we got Texas. You know, you ever been to Texas? I haven't. I considered going at one point. Chose not to. Could have gone. But I never went. And you know what? Now that I think about it, I probably never will go to Texas. You know? God damn it. Get this bitch off my fucking screen. 26,000. Man, oh man. 26,000 of these motherfuckers. They're like ants, dude. God damn it. They're like little fucking like cockroaches. You know what? I'm going to say this. All right. I'm going to embarrass myself a little bit. Okay. And I love making fun of the Jill Steiners because, you know what? I was one of y'all, and I'm going to embarrass myself. I remember on election night 2016, I remember like being so hyped when like Jill Stein hit like 500K votes. I was so hyped. When she was reaching for the 1,000,000 votes, I was so hyped. Little dummy dum dum. Wow, there's so many. But again, you know, following the race like this is kind of stupid because the polls are still open, right? Like the polls are, you know, they haven't closed yet. Oh, man. Man, they really screwed Bernie over, guys. We're going to teach him a lesson, man. I'm going to vote Jill Stein to teach Hillary Clinton a lesson, man. Boy. Wow. All right, then we also got the Senate here. So again, Texas is my big one. You know, Kamala won Texas. You know, we're just having fun with it here, right? Just having fun with it here. Like, I love Texas. Just kidding. I hate Texas. But when it comes to elections, when it comes to election night, I love looking at Texas. You know, they've been really fucking with us the last couple cycles here. 2022, they also fucked us. Who the fuck is Ted Brown? This guy's sucking votes away from Mr. Transphobe. I fucking hate this guy, but I hope he beats Ted Cruz, man. I hate Ted Cruz more. All right, let's pull up North Carolina. Specifically also the governor's race. I'm very interested to see how that's going to go. Oh, okay. Josh Stein's already won. Okay, wow. Nice. Nice. Okay. All right. We got North Carolina. So it's not even close for the gubernatorial election in North Carolina. Now, again, North Carolina is a state where they always vote Democrat governor and Republican president. Why? Fuck if I know. I lived there for several years. I don't fucking know. They're a bunch of dummies. They're fucking stupid morons. Right? So Josh Stein, I met Josh Stein, by the way, when I was in North Carolina. I shook his hand. Don't really like him. He's kind of a loser, actually. But that's a whole separate story. Fuck that guy. He is the lieutenant governor. Or no, the attorney general. Under Roy Cooper, who is the outgoing Democratic governor. So he's basically the incumbent type. Different person, same type of governor ideas, right? That kind of stuff. So I would say Josh Stein, it's just generic ballot Democrat, basically, right? But Mark Robinson, boy howdy. Mark Robinson is the current lieutenant governor because now this is the shit that is insane. Let me bring up the lieutenant governor race. Interesting. Now this is interesting. For North Carolina, normally the lieutenant governor goes Republican. So Mark Robinson is the lieutenant governor. And normally they do that split ticket thing on the governor's mansion stuff too, right? But the lieutenant governor is going to the Democrats so far. Now again, 11%, reporting, whatever. Josh Stein's already projected victor, so I'll talk more about this race. But it's interesting, just look. I'll pay attention to the lieutenant governor because it would be interesting if they got a Democratic lieutenant governor, and that would also, if that result came, and somehow the presidency also didn't come, I would feel more confident too. But Mark Robinson is historically horrible, man. This guy is really bad. Okay. This guy was calling transgender people demons and devils and how they, I guess I should say oh God, should all be killed. All that kind of good stuff. We're possessed by the devil. You know, we should be excised. All that kind of stuff. And talking about how we need to make the United States a Christian nation. How abortion should be banned. If someone has an abortion, they should be death penalty, no questions asked. Doctors should be given the death penalty for abortion. This guy's insane, okay? Totally crazy. And then that was all before a few months ago. That was all, like, in the last couple of years, right? Like, you know, I've covered him many times, especially when I was still doing the show out of North Carolina. I would cover him a lot back then because that guy was crazy, and I lived there at the time. But in the last few months, a couple of other interesting things have come to the forefront. So apparently, he had an affair with his sister-in-law, and that's interesting. You know, he's a family values, traditional Christian conservative. A little interesting. And how did we know that information? Well, we found it out because he used his real name, or at least I think it was his real name actually. It was something directly linked to his real name, but I think on the fetish website, I'm pretty sure it was his real name, and he used it on there describing his affair. And then also on that account, it just so happened he wrote fan fiction praising Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler of all people, literally. And I'm not even joking. I know it sounds like a fucking joke. And I could go out there and bring up the fucking horse shit. But you know it's true. Go look it up. We've all heard this story already. So he's historically bad. And after all that shit happened, Donald Trump basically said, all right, whatever. He's all right. Donald Trump didn't throw him out. Donald Trump maybe kind of stepped back a little bit, but so I hope North Carolinians don't go for Donald Trump again. I hope. With 13% in, Kamala Harris at 50%, Donald Trump 47%, Lieutenant Governor, I'm just going to say the party names for this one, Democrat 52, Republican 45. Now again, Mark Robinson is a historically bad Republican lieutenant governor. So it's interesting to note though that Josh Stein 57, like notice the differences here, 57 to 50 to 52, right? So and that's sexist. And so Kamala Harris here is so far doing the worst out of the three. And you can go, you know, more into other elections in North Carolina, but these are the ones I'm going to cycle through. I'm going to go take a little break. I've been streaming here for 90 minutes so far, and I've been talking nonstop like a crazy person. So I'm going to take a small break. Yep. That's happening. I'll just soak this in for now. While I take a small break. And replenish myself on drinkables. So, be right back. returned. Whoops. Once again. My face is on your television screen. It is 8:33 p.m. on November 5th. November 5th, 2024. The election day is today. You know, gonna be doing this whole stream by myself probably. I'd be open to doing, you know, maybe some sort of call-in system, but honestly, it's pretty risky. Then someone might call in, and that just wouldn't be nice. Got myself another drink. So, it seems that the Axios map here is filling itself in. So the light reds are the ones that are not declared yet. So it's the darks. Okay. I don't know if I like this map. I think this map sucks. So I'm going to get a different map. Just thought I would do that real quick for you guys. I don't like that map either. You know what? Isn't it kind of crazy that we don't just have like a really good map? Like all of these different news websites just have their own fancy, stupid fuck map. All right, here we go. NBC looks solid. I can't fit this whole fucking thing on my screen. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. The one decent map and the fucking entire website's UI is fucked. God damn it. Oh, all right, fuck you, NBC. Oh, dare I go back to Financial Times? Keep looking till you find the map showing Kamala won. Yes, that's what I'm looking for, of course. Let's go to the Times. Nope, that map is ugly. Okay, here we go. Now this is a map. This is a fucking map. All right. We got a map going. We got a fucking map going. Look at this. This is a good map, right? This is a solid map, courtesy of public broadcasting. You know, it's always public broadcasting that gives us a wonderful interactive experience with the world. Anyone ever watch Sesame Street? So, pictured, this is me looking for the map that shows Kamala Harris won the election. As you can see, it is not under the couch, unfortunately, but I'm looking. Been buying animation products. You know, it's a joke. Might not be funny. Let's go back to North Carolina. Well, let's, you know, see what they're doing. All right, so again, North Carolina, 17%. Now, my opinion is I use the terminology of like a bellwether type environment, right? And I personally think if Kamala Harris won North Carolina, that would be indicative that she's just going to win the race. Like, I think if she won North Carolina, the race might even get called tonight. I think it's possible. I will be right back. Allow testing. I've returned. Oh no. Okay. I'm here. I've returned once again. Chase Oliver, 5,000 votes for Chase Oliver. Wow. Is Cornel West on the ballot? Oh, he sure is. 1,536 votes for Cornel West. 3,400 people voted for Jill Stein. Oh, man. It's crazy that so many people are that dumb. You know, like, it's expected, you know? 644,000 people voted for Donald Trump. That's expected, man. People are fucking stupid. But, you know, like, it's just the demographic. The person who would vote for Cornel West, like, I just expect better of someone who would like Cornel West enough to vote for him, right? I just expect better of those people. So anyway, Donald Trump is ahead in North Carolina. Josh Stein is still one, so I'm just going to throw that out now. And the Republican is ahead in the lieutenant governor race. But it's, again, the margins are a lot different here. So Kamala Harris has 575,000 votes in that one. And Rachel Hunt, the Democrat, in the lieutenant governor race has 571,000 votes. However, it's a closer margin because Donald Trump has a shitload of votes. A shitload more votes than the Republican guy, Hal Weatherman. Stupid fucking name, by the way. So it appears, according to, you know, the 21%, it appears that they're still breaking more for Donald Trump. It appears that North Carolina, so far, 21%, right? It appears that they're still doing that thing where they favor Donald Trump over the state government. They want to send Donald Trump to the White House, but they want Democrats to run their state. Isn't that a little fucked up? You know, like, they know that Republicans suck, so they want to vote for Democrats locally, you know, not to destroy the fucking state or anything. But when it comes to the federal government, yeah, let's let Donald Trump throw the wrecking ball through everything. Yeah, fuck it. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I hate North Carolina. Fuck. I used to live there, so I harbor a lot of resentment. God damn, some dumbass bastards. All right, let's get a new state here to look at. I'm going to open up Georgia and Michigan. All right. Fuck it. Let's do Ohio as well. I'm going for Ohio. Now, again, my thing is, like, if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina, we may have a call tonight. That's my opinion. All right. So we have Ohio. Now, I'm using NBC right now. I like their layout. You can look at the actual map here, but I like just seeing. See, then that thing pops up. I don't want that. That's not good. I like just seeing the bars. I like that display more. You remembered you have cake? That's good. Imagine rejecting Trump's handpicked governor and still voting for Trump. They're just... This is the thing, is again, like I was saying, as leftists, we are doomed because everyone else is fucking stupid and there's no way they're going to get with the program in time. You know? There's just no way they're going to get with the fucking program. We're just fucked. You know? They're a fucking goddamn anchor chained around us, dragging us down to the depths of Crystal Lake. But anyway, Ohio, 51%, 47%, Donald Trump in the lead, 44% reporting. Now again, in my map, I have Kamala winning Ohio. Why? I've said it before, J.D. Vance is from Ohio. Fuck that guy. I think he's so bad. Maybe I'm wish casting. It's possible. I'm open to it. But he's so bad that I think Ohio is going to say, oof, I don't ever want to be held responsible for that. You know, someone's going to say, oh, you're from Ohio? You know, J.D. Vance, Ohio? Oh, I don't want to be associated with that. So I think that they're going to, I'm hoping, but I think that they're going to vote, you know, they're going to do the right thing. That's what I think. Do I really think that? Maybe. I wouldn't bet money on it, though. I'll tell you that much. I don't think it that much. Georgia. Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. Georgia, Georgia, Georgia. Sweet baby Georgia. 57% in. Georgia, my sweet honey baby. What do we have here? With 57% in, estimated remaining votes of 2.3 million. Donald Trump currently has 55.6% of the vote, to Kamala at 43.8%. Dare I click view more? Now, can I just remind everyone how funny it is that right-wingers can do third parties better than left-wingers, man? It hurts me how dumb our guys are, man. It really does. And, you know, I hesitate to claim Green Party as our guys. I really do. Because ultimately, they're not our guys. But, like, man, it really hurts that Republicans or right-wingers can do so much better at the third party thing. Like, the Libertarians, they always rock it, man. Oh, 7,500. I know. This is the shit on Jill Stein voters stream. Okay? I'm sorry. It is. It is. It really is. Now, again, ultimately, again, I agree. You know, Democrats run shitty campaigns generally. I think Kamala's campaign's been the best Democratic campaign we've ever seen. I think it's better than Barack Obama's campaign, saying that as someone who was 12 when Barack Obama was running, so I don't have great memories at the time. But from what I've read about the era and all the stuff I've seen and, you know, documentaries and all the, I know documentaries of 2008, some people are going to, you know, I've read up on recent history, right? I'm going to say Kamala Harris's campaign is even better. Why? I don't know, man. I think Kamala Harris is just a better, more charismatic character. I really do. I hate to say it. I don't like her. But that's just what I think. Insofar as how that it relates to my envisioned ideal of how stupid Americans are and how they fall for superficial stuff. But I get it. Democrats fucking suck. Their campaigns have like a really low ceiling. I think Kamala Harris has hit that ceiling. But again, it's a really low ceiling, really low bar, right? But again, the type of people that would vote for Jill Stein, these are the type of people that they say that they're super duper lefties. You know, I'm so left wing, it's going to make your head spin. Look how left I am. A lot of them don't even believe in COVID, by the way. Don't even get me started on the so-called left-wingers who promote right-wing conspiracy theories, which, hey, Jill Stein's been going on televised appearances talking about how she actually doesn't want to hold Israel that much to account and how actually Israel should exist. So your so-called anti-Zionist candidate, Jill Stein, is going out there saying, well, I don't think Israel should be destroyed. I don't want to see Israel go away. I love Israel. I have connections in Israel, right? So, hey, I don't know. That's a little weird. That's a little strange. But again, the people that say that they vote for Jill Stein, I feel like they're more reachable. I feel like they're theoretically, they've got a higher ceiling of intelligence than like the average Trumper. So that's why I harp on Green Party guys so much. And again, I was a Green Party person back in 2016. I voted for Jill Stein. I didn't do it in Georgia. That's for damn sure. I didn't do it in a swing state. I didn't do it in fucking Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. I did not do it in North Carolina. I did not do it in, I don't know about Virginia. I did not do it in Ohio. I didn't do it in Texas or Florida. So, hey, I get it. I understand the emotional reaction. I get it. All right. We got some update. 64% reporting estimated remaining votes. A little bit less than 2 million estimated remaining votes. I'm going to get more specific information on stuff like turnout at some point. But for now, we're just kind of vibing here. You know, we're still waiting for a lot of the polls to close in some areas, especially in the central time zone. And theoretically, depending on how things go, we could have a call tonight. Like, again, if Kamala won something like North Carolina, I think that we would be able to call it if she won North Carolina, because I do think that that's indicative of the other results. I really do. But anyway, 52.5% Donald Trump, 46.9% Kamala Harris, 9,000. It's over 9,000, guys. 0.3% for Jill Stein. Yeah! We're going to teach him a lesson. They're going to learn a lesson. Yes! I know. Some people, the Green Party guys, man, they remind me of Christians. They really do. They really can't take a joke. That's the thing I hate about the Green Party guys so much, is they can't take a fucking joke. They remind me of Christians. They really do. They proselytize, they morally grandstand, and they have no sense of humor whatsoever. They really remind me of Christians. All right, Michigan. Polls close in 10 minutes in Michigan. 8% expected, or rather 8% votes in. 8% reporting, I think is what that's trying to say. It's really way too early to even say anything in Michigan, but let's just have fun. Let's say the numbers, okay? 55% Kamala Harris. Woo! Ah! Woo! Kamala Harris, Mamala! Ah! Right? And then 42% Donald Trump. Ah! Right? Let's just, like, come on. I know. 5%, 8% in, whatever. All right. Let's go back to Texas. Texas polls close also in an hour, but noticeably, again, Texas is in the central time zone, right? So their polls actually close 1 hour earlier relative to the day. So, again, that's a way of voter suppression. My opinion, the polls should be open all day. Fuck it. 24 hours. Midnight, you can go on midnight to midnight. Election day should be election day. You know? 12:01 to 11:59, all encompassing. That's what election day should be. We just, everyone go to sleep. We'll find out tomorrow. We'll see. We'll check in the morning. You know, but whatever. Anyway, that's a side tangent. Texas, with 56% votes in, and again, 56%. It's not, you know, 52% for Donald Trump, 52.8, I should say, 45.7 for Kamala Harris. Jill Stein, man. I know. It's just, I can't help myself. I love it. I love it too much. Let's look at the Texas Senate. Ted Cruz is in the lead. 50.4%. I hate trans people. Democrat is 47.7%. You know, maybe you should have done one more ad shitting on transgenders. Let's go back to North Carolina. Again, the thing I'm focusing in on North Carolina, if she wins it there, I think it's a lock. That's my take. It's not looking good, though. 53.7 to 45.1. Kamala Harris is way down, but it's only 26% in. Let's take a look at some turnout numbers. Oh, man. I'm going to open up Twitter, too. Let's see what's going on Twitter. All right, Twitter still functions. So that's good. That's wonderful. So as far as turnout, some of the stuff that I'm seeing in turnout is that there's record numbers in young people. Generation Z, which I'm not a member of. I reject that label. I reject Generation Z. Sticking with the millennials. But they're registering, you know. White women, shout out. Shout out to the white women. Registering in record numbers. I've also read that Puerto Rican immigrants are registering. Hey, we'll take what we can get here. Pennsylvania's got one of the largest Puerto Rican populations in the country. And we're seeing the turnout in a lot of places is exceeding records. But not everywhere. I'm going to get some more specifics. You know, I'm just trying to find a website with a good fucking readability thing to show on stream. But, you know, none of them actually have anything that's actually useful. They don't want you to stream their garbage. So, while we're doing this, let's also just turn on the generic screen here. Let me try to refresh this. I don't know if I need to refresh it. But yeah, so Kamala Harris, 71 effort values. Donald Trump, 101 effort values. So one thing I predicted was election violence, that there would be election violence. Cursory scrolling through the news feed that I have open on my other monitor says that several polling locations have had bomb threats called into them. Union City, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. Several bomb threats that caused temporary closure of 2 polling locations. Voting location in Gwinnett County, Georgia, also was evacuated for an hour because of a bomb threat, according to Gwinnett County Police Department. Voting was temporarily suspended at 5 polling places in DeKalb County, Georgia, due to bomb threats as police performed sweeps at those locations. Now, again, this is the stuff that I was saying. Now, I will say, I am shocked that I haven't heard any reports of, like, mass shootings. You know, hey, maybe I'm a little too paranoid about Republicans, all right? But bomb threats all over the fucking place. Michigan authorities also received threats to polling locations initially deemed serious in nature, but found not to be credible after investigation by law enforcement. So that's what we got so far. That's what I've seen so far as election-related violence. I mean, I've seen a lot of anecdotes and stuff of, like, you know, fights at polling locations, but I mean, nothing like in the news or anything. But I saw some of that earlier on Twitter. But, you know, we'll see. No one's dead yet. There's not a death count so far, at least to my knowledge. But yeah, how is everyone in the chat room? What are you all doing tonight? Because I'm pretty much just sitting here. Just kind of sitting here. I was thinking about maybe switching up my location, but I don't know how to do that. And keep the stream on. I want it to be one continuous stream, and I don't know how to do that. I really don't. So if anyone has any ideas on how I could somehow do that without just ending the stream and restarting it, because I don't want to do that. You ate a chickpea tuna sandwich. Good stuff. Very nice. Very nice. Nope. My monitor is gone. Rip my monitor. Oh, wait. Fuck. Shit. This is not good. I fucked it all up. This is what happens when you get drunk on stream. You fuck it all up. Now my monitor's got a picture-in-picture mode. How the fuck do I turn this off? God damn it. Fuck me. I didn't even fucking press this shit. Okay, and then... Does anyone ever have this happen? I was moving a cord. And then... it, like, bumped the bottom of my monitor, and then it turned picture-in-picture on. You know, like, what the fuck is that, man? That's crazy. You know? I don't want that. I'm fine. I don't feel anxious. I don't feel anxious at all either. I still believe Kamala has this. I mean, again, I think Kamala's going to win. I'm pretty bullish on Kamala. I think she's going to get around 340 at the minimum. Texas, you know, I'm just fucking around with Texas. I think she might get it. If there's any time for Texas to happen, you know, let them shine. We're shining hunting for Texas right now, but yeah, so I'm trying to think here. So if I streamed to another, if I streamed to like another video or something, and then I streamed that video on my screen here, that could potentially work. But the problem is I don't really know how to stream from my phone. I've never tried it before. So I might do like an unlisted, unlisted, can I do, no, I don't want to do that. Live, not made for kids. Oh, that's good. I don't want it to be, okay. Because I might, you know, I might want to go for a walk. I don't know if I want the camera on. Can I do this without the camera? Does the camera need to be on? I don't want the camera on. How do I turn the camera off? Can I just do audio? Does it have to be? Whatever. Okay. Okay, so next. All right, I'm trying to figure this out. No, it's definitely not for kids. Thank you, YouTube. So yeah, stream set for, but I want it to be, so, you know, a good streamer would have figured all of this out, before going live, but I just wanted to do this, you know, right now, instead. Like, okay, so I should technically, streaming right now? I don't even know. Okay. I'm going to go on here now. And then... Oh. Okay. So do I have 2 streams open? Is that possible? I do. Wow. Okay, hold on. I might actually have this. Wait. I think I do. Whoa. I think I have this. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. This is cool. Oh my god. I'm figuring this out live. Science. Okay, I love science. I'm a huge science supporter. You know, I'm big on science. You know, when it comes to science, I'm a huge fan. All right, so I'm going to mute the mic and turn my shit off, and then I'll reappear in an alternative location, and that should be fun. So, be right back. Okay, testing. Is this on? Testing. Is this audible? Can you hear me? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Hello? Is this thing on? Am I audible at this moment in time? I hope so. I hope I am audible. I don't know if you can see me. It's really dark out here. It's currently nighttime, actually. If you can believe it. Is this working? There's no way that this is working. That'd be crazy. But But it's currently nighttime, and I'm outside. Don't worry about why I'm outside, but I'm outside. Can you see me? I hope not. I hope you can't see me. That'd be crazy. So, the election, huh? This is some crazy stuff. Oh, man. Oh. But personally, I think Kamala Harris has got this in the lock. And I'm going to say, I think that it's probably about 50% chance that we're going to get a call by maybe 3 a.m. 50%, that's my odds. I think if the thing I'm most looking forward to tonight, as far as like the X factor, something I can't predict, is basically how the lawsuits are going to go with Donald Trump, because he's already got his actors in play that are set up to do the lawsuits. And I feel like they've learned a lot of lessons in the last 4 years of how to organize a lawsuit. And so I feel like there's a higher chance that they're going to try to knock off certain ballot types, like provisional ballots or other kind of stuff like that. A lot of ballots are done with unfixed dates, stuff like that. I'm pretty concerned about that as well. And so that's pretty much the main thing I'm looking forward to seeing information on tonight. If anyone has any leads, that would be great. I'm sorry you can't see me. It is really dark out here, but probably for the best. But yeah, that's probably going to be what I look up more when I get back inside. I hope this worked. I don't actually have the chat open in front of me, so I don't know if it worked actually. But I'm heading back inside now. Is this thing on? To guard my privacy. Follow community guidelines. Oh, you're telling me this now, Google? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. But yeah, so that's all I got. I'll be right back. Testing. Hello? Did it work? Did it work? How do I turn this off? Did any of that work? I hope it worked. Anyway, I'm back from my break. Just went for a quick walk. You know, I like walking. An experimental soundscape? You saw what? What did you see? Well, I was attempting to stream from outside without shutting this stream off and resetting it. And I think I accomplished that. Oh. Oh shit, my fucking camera's busted. Maxie! This dog. Our correspondent. Everybody. Max the dog. Pretty cool. All right. We got Billa. We got Katie. Whew. Okay. So the race still looks the same here. You know, doesn't it just cause you fear? Doesn't it just cause you anxiety? Looking at this. 100. He's in the lead. God damn. Gotta wash down the lung damage with beer. Doesn't this cause you existential nightmares of an alternate future, of uncertainty, of imminent demise? Because it doesn't for me, because I think Kamala's still going to win. I'm going to try to look for that horseshit I was talking about outside. Did anyone, did the audio work when I was outside? I know it was dark, but the audio worked, right? What did Kornacki say? What do we got from Kornacki, the ultimate liberal? Everyone's favorite lib. Kornackenstein. The Kornackinator. The Kornak attack. You think the GOP's gonna win a trifecta? Nah. If anyone has any info on Trump and his legal setup so far. All right. If the GOP get the trifecta, we're as good as dead. Hey, speak for yourself. Speak for your fucking self. I'm reading some information. Here, I'll keep the map up. I'm sorry I keep putting it down. We'll switch over to North Carolina. It's not looking good in North Carolina. I like having multiple monitors for the election. All right. Let's look at Ohio. 56% in. 53.8 Trump. It's not good. It is not good. So, one of the things about this election season that's the most concerning to me are the election deniers, the Trump mobster soldiers that are installed as election officials in plenty of these states. States like Texas, for example, which again, I have Texas going blue in my map if there's no cheating. That's the case for my map here. If they don't cheat. But one of the things that they're cheating with are electors, or election officials. They also have more of the fake electors too, but that's a second thing. Well, I'm considering Ohio a swing state. Nick, Burris, Spitfire. I think J.D. Vance is so bad that it's going to cost them Ohio. That's my theory, so I got it on screen. Wait here, I'll give you Georgia. There you go. So you can see it doesn't consider it battleground. So, not looking good. But hey, 70%. Still got 1.6 million left. I'll deal with what Catherine's saying in a second. I'm trying to find my train of thought. Right, the election officials. A lot of the people in charge of certifying the elections. Like calling in, like local polling places calling in and reporting their numbers to the state. The whole infrastructure has basically been infiltrated in a lot of states like Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania. That's all the stuff that I've read about previously. And then, of course, we also have a lot of the Trump judges that I'm sure have been prepping legal battles. And I'm reading about how basically Trump's legal team, also known as the Republican National Committee, is already filing and started filing in the last couple of weeks a bunch of fake lawsuits basically to gum up the works. Right, basically overwork people, flood the docket with a bunch of garbage because they can just infinitely file stupid lawsuits and waste everyone's time and delay certain processes, because if a certain part of certifying an election hinges on a lawsuit and then they've got like 5 lawsuits going on, they might try to delay it, and then that's when Trump's going to say, I won, frankly, and hey, it's not so good. It's not so good. Let's look at Michigan. See, Michigan is looking great for Kamala Harris. I'm going to go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. But Michigan's looking good. Looking real good. I'm back here. I'm alive. Michigan. Too early to call. I got water on my glasses, like a droplet. How the hell did that happen? It's crazy. Look at that. It's like a droplet. Can you see that? What do I do? Okay. Surgically. Okay. Michigan, 53.7. It's actually a lot worse than it was before. I went to get a Seltzer. Oh, man, look at those Jill Steiners. Those bastards. Those bastards. But yeah, so I think Kamala Harris winning Michigan and Wisconsin is a good sign. I would really be shocked if she won Michigan, Wisconsin, and not Pennsylvania. That would shock me. That would shock me, personally. But, you know, it's looking good in Michigan. Let's go back to Texas. No. Oh. There goes the, well, PBS. PBS hasn't called it. But according to NBC, there goes my hopium according to NBC. That's a shame. 54% Donald Trump, 44.6% Kamala Harris. The Senate race, on the other hand, has yet to be called. It's interesting. That is interesting. 51 to 46. How many votes? There's a lot of people that vote for Trump and not Ted Cruz. But then there's even more voters for Colin Allred than Kamala Harris. So that's an interesting dynamic. Very interesting dynamic. We go back to North Carolina. Too close to call so far. But 51% Donald Trump, 47.7% Kamala Harris. If you look at the lieutenant governor race, which in my opinion is interesting because, you know, again, those fuckers love split tickets. But Democrat winning against a Republican. But according to NBC, this one is still yet to go. But 54% in, you know, so, hey, I don't know. I don't know. All right, so PBS has updated their map. If Kamala underperforms Biden, it's sexism and racism. And what else could it be? She's got so much going on for as far as Kamala Fred. Kamala Sandy. I'm on way too much right now to be dealing with Kamala Cred. I mean, a lot of people love to say that if Kamala loses, it'll be over Gaza, but it really won't be. It really won't be over Gaza, and they won't treat it as such, and they won't learn a lesson. No one will think Democrats lost because of Gaza. They'll think about the border crisis. They'll think about inflation. They'll think about COVID, even though that started under Trump, and the only lockdowns we had, quote unquote, were under Trump, you know, but they love that revisionist history. You know, and of course, if Trump wins, the genocide's going to get a lot worse, in my estimation. But the Democratic Party just has a bad outreach, you know. Hey, I'm not a doomer. I still think Kamala's going to win. Still think she's going to win. I'm going to open up a Senate map, too. Again. Oh, real quick. We got a Senate map. So, once again, we need a Democratic trifecta for any movement in the positive direction at all. If we don't have a Democratic trifecta, we're fucked. Because then it's just that, oh, well, you did that, and you... You know, that's basically what we have to deal with if we have any sort of gridlock whatsoever. If both parties control different branches of the government, we get a bunch of horse fucking pucky, all right? So, the only way that anything positive outcome here tonight at all is if Democrats sweep, which I don't think will happen. I would be shocked if Democrats swept. Let's take a look at the House, which is also on this page here. I'm sure if anyone has any specific House races that they would like to, you know, ask me to show up on the screen or anything, feel free. I don't have any that I particularly am following at the moment. I haven't seen any ones that are really that compelling. I'm going to check Twitter. See what's going on. Yeah, so when I say checking Twitter, I'm just going for a vibe check based on what the front page is showing me. Based on also, I know, you know, Elon's probably promoting some horse shit. And, I just see a bunch of people freaking the fuck out. I'm not so concerned. I'm not so concerned. And hey, maybe I should be. Maybe I should be concerned. But in 2020, I was fairly confident. In fact, in 2020, I was 100% confident. I knew that Joe Biden would beat Donald Trump in 2020. I feel like that was pretty obvious. However, there's a lot of variables this time around. And again, the one that scares me the most is how much is going on with election counting and that kind of stuff. But I still think Kamala is going to win. I really do. You know, again, it's a red mirage type situation. Most of the states on the East Coast that have early polling closes are right-wing. Why? Because right-wing states enact voter suppression tactics, also known as polls closing at like 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Hey, you get out of work at 6, 7? Too bad. The polls closed an hour ago. Right? So that's why the red ones always go first. Okay? So I think that is the major thing at play here. This shit hasn't said that North Carolina's been gone yet, so I'm going to check North Carolina. 55% in, 51% on Donald Trump, 47% on Kamala Harris. Again, the fact that the Democrat is winning in the lieutenant governor race is so interesting to me. Ohio, you know, hey, Texas might be gonzo, but Ohio, hey, we might still have something here. If we look at Georgia, 52-46, Donald Trump in the well, it's closing, 52-47. Hello, C. Nguyen. How's it going? We go to Michigan, and Michigan's an important state for Kamala Harris because it's got a large Arab population. The people most likely... Catherine, shut the fuck up. Ohio is in play, you fucking bitch. The people most likely to use the Gaza genocide as a political voting tool would be in Michigan. Like, if someone in Texas, you know, if groups in Texas, if someone's like, Kamala Harris lost Texas because of Gaza. Nah. Kamala Harris lost North Carolina because of Gaza. No, I don't think so. Kamala Harris lost Georgia because of Gaza. I don't think so. I mean, maybe on the edges you could say that. But if there's any state where Gaza would have a play, I think it would be Michigan. And, you know, so far, 44% Donald Trump, 43%, I guess 45% Donald Trump, 43% Kamala Harris. So that one I'm definitely looking at. Texas, I'll just shut this one off. I don't want to think about that one. I'll keep the Senate race open. But again here, I don't know if I like this map compared to the other one. It's kind of disconcerting. It's kind of disconcerting. The color map here. Like the way that these are popping. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, Virginia is pretty much a lock for Harris, in my opinion. It looks close, but Virginia's always fucking around. Yeah, so if things don't turn out well, like, okay, let's reframe it. If we're looking at seeing a called election, as in, you're going to know who the president is before midnight. It's currently 9:36. In order for that to happen, North Carolina, Georgia, I mean, this map has got Ohio's already for Trump. Fuck you. Okay, fuck you. I think, hey, again, I'm reaching for the skies here. I admit it. I admitted it up front. I knew I was reaching for the skies. You know, I'm giving myself the wiggle room. So now that I've lost Texas, I've lost Ohio, then now Iowa's going to go blue, right? So then I'm going to start looking super smart in a second here, right? So I've got, get your expectations low, get everyone thinking, damn, Andrea, you're so fucking stupid. And then, boom, right? That's my plan. But again, if we want to see an election call before midnight, we're going to have to get Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia. Like, all of those are going to have to happen. Maybe 3 out of 4. But I think all of them are going to happen if you want to see who's president before midnight. And if that doesn't happen, we're going to be waiting for a while. Pennsylvania is going to take probably the whole week to deal with when it comes to how they count their shit. Unless it's a blowout in any direction, Pennsylvania is going to take a while to deal with, and that's probably going to be the election decider. And if that's the case, it might be a week, it might be 2 weeks. It really depends, because there's a lot of court cases that were involved in slow rolling ballot counting in Pennsylvania. So if we don't want to see that situation where we have to wait until like the weekend to see what's going on here, we're going to need stuff like Nevada, Arizona. These are important. Again, I bet money on Arizona, so I'm hoping that Arizona goes for Kamala. Otherwise, I'm out a lot of money. Anyway, and yeah, so what my ideal optimistic scenario is that Kamala is declared victor tonight, and we can just we can deal with that reality in the morning and then go from there. That would be the best case scenario. The worst case scenario, honestly, is probably we have to wait 2 weeks and then Trump wins. That's the worst case scenario. Or 3 weeks. Or I guess the worst case scenario is Kamala wins, but then Trump does some horse shit and somehow manages to do like a 2000 type election steal. That's maybe the worst case scenario. But, you know, I said before, I do have bets on Polymarket on this election. I bet on the presidency. I bet on Arizona. And I also bet on the popular vote. So, on Polymarket, the odds were 75% for some reason that Kamala Harris would get the popular vote. So that's me hedging my bets. So I'm hoping that happens. At the very least here. But yeah, Texas Senate is still in play, but it's getting a little bit out there. So, but hey, whatever. Donald James likes the Texas Senate. We'll leave it on there. We'll leave it on the docket. North Carolina, we're at 61% on the votes in. Donald Trump 51.7, Kamala Harris 47.1. Not good. Not good. And then the proxy race here, again, the Democrat winning lieutenant governor would be interesting. But it's that lead is narrowing, actually. 48.8 to 8.5. Interesting. Ohio, too early to call. Catherine, I mean, I'm open to having that discussion, but I disagree. I mean, unless you're giving them millions of dollars or something, you're not really funding their operation. That's my opinion. Like, if you voluntarily sign up to send millions of dollars to that website, I would agree with you. But if you send like a couple $100 and then you just multiply it by 30x or something, it's not really that. It's not really in that case. But Ohio, 55, Donald Trump, 44, Kamala Harris. Come on, Georgia. Georgia is 77%, but again, Georgia's got a lot of delayed ballot counting stuff, so Georgia could be, you know, the only way Georgia's going to get called for Kamala tonight is if she performs really well. And based on 77%, in 42 to 47, it doesn't look like she's performing really well. But again, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not a perfect election county expert when it comes to Georgia. But I know that these are the counties that are heaviest for Kamala. So if you want to look at the reporting, a lot of the red counties here are like 95%, 98%. And the blue counties, we've got 80%. Fulton, we've got 77%. DeKalb, 77%, right? So there's still a lot of counting going on in the Atlanta region. And these are the major counties for Kamala Harris. So with that in mind, when it comes to how granular this is a little bit, factor in that I think Kamala does have a little bit more room to grow here. But again, the gap is still pretty, it's pretty big right now. So, and again, I'm also thinking about in terms of, will we get a call tonight? And if we look at Michigan here, specifically at the counties here, like a lot of these are usually red. So the cities are closer to the bottom part. And then Lansing's the capital. Which one's got Detroit? Does Detroit have its own county? I'm not sure. Is it a Wayne? Is it Wayne? Maybe not. I don't know. Oakland? Is that it? I don't know. I don't know that much. I'm not an expert. But again, we'll see. Only 14% in, so we don't really know too much about Michigan yet. Let me open up Wisconsin, too. Wisconsin polls should have closed by now. Or at least they will soon. All right, so we got Wisconsin here. 51%, 47%. Kamala Harris in the lead. And again, if Kamala Harris wins Michigan and Wisconsin, and both of those are called tonight, the rest of the week is looking pretty good if you're a Kamala Harris enjoyer. Okay? Because then really we're just relying on stuff like, you know, Pennsylvania, Georgia, you know, any one of those really. Pennsylvania. If you got Nevada and Arizona, that would. But if we get a situation where Trump wins Michigan or Wisconsin, like one of them, if it's half and half, Michigan, Wisconsin, I would certifiably be nervous at that point. If Trump wins Michigan and then Kamala wins Wisconsin or vice versa, I'm getting nervous. If Trump wins and is called the winner of Michigan and Wisconsin both tonight, that's where I would enter meltdown mode. If we have a Trump, if Trump one of them, really, I mean, I'm very nervous. But if Trump gets both Michigan and Wisconsin, I'm going to do my soy face and I'm going to become the next meme, okay? Like, I'm telling you, that's meltdown mode right there. All right. So, with that in mind, let me bring back up this map. The weird, strange, kind of like raspberry map. Not really sure what's going on there. Your B-Day was the other day. Congratulations. But yeah, so again, if we want to call tonight for Kamala, we're going to have North Carolina. We're going to have stuff like Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin. You know, those are going to need to be in. And I don't think that's going to happen. Based on what I'm seeing tonight already at 9:45, if you want to know who the president is by midnight, I got bad news for you. That's not happening, okay? Like, I'm going to say maybe 10% chance we know who the president is by midnight. But again, you know, we should have North Carolina by midnight. We should have Michigan and Wisconsin by midnight. We should. Or at least a ballpark, you know, at least close enough to, like, see what's going on, you know? And yeah, so if Kamala Harris won North Carolina, let's extrapolate that scenario. This is my election forecasting. This is you're watching it, you know? I'm forecasting. I'm like goddamn Hal Weatherman running for lieutenant governor in North Carolina. That's so interesting to me. That race is so close, but this one is so wide. I'm going to close that one, though. If Kamala Harris won North Carolina tonight, I would say I'm pretty comfortable claiming that Kamala wins and then going home with it. Whether or not she's called the winner tonight, if she won North Carolina, I'd say she wins the whole thing. I would call it a wrap. If Trump is certifiably the winner of North Carolina, millions of people are voting for Donald Trump. Can we just think about this for a second? Millions of people. Millions of people. They went and stood in line. It's just dawning on me now, like, just millions of people. Can we get the total count? 35 million people. So far. 35 million people. I know, I was on a totally separate track here, but I'm just on a journey right now, so just bear with me. Most people do these shows with people around. I'm doing it by myself, okay? I'm in my bedroom with a bunch of strangers on the internet. 35 million people in this country so far. So far, dude. So far. 35 million so far. Decided. They woke up. They saw Donald Trump. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. Mass deportations. Mass deportations. They saw that. Rapist, pedophile, Epstein associate who has multiple people who claim to be first-hand or second-hand witnesses to him engaging in sex with children. Donald Trump, who first met his wife on Epstein's plane. Donald Trump. 35 million Americans just voted for Epstein's closest associate. Insane. I mean, again, I know. Americans are dumb. I say it every day. But the silver lining is that I'm reading the chat right now, and Donald James says, I don't want to keep tabs on Anna Kasparian anymore. Donald James was the biggest Anna Kasparian dick sucker. I know, we're doing a 180 right here. The biggest Anna Kasparian dick sucker I've ever met. Donald James was in my chat when I was streaming like on a semi-daily basis like a year and a half ago. Donald James was like, Anna Kasparian, oh, she's so smart. Oh my God, she's so poignant. Oh, I'm such a free thinker. I won't listen to Andrea. I'm going to listen to Anna Kasparian. And now here he is in the chat. Post-nut clarity. The knob has been polished. Crawling back, Donald James. I was right the whole time. Anyway, back to my other thing that I was talking about. 36 million and counting people decided, oh, that guy was on Epstein's plane. That guy's been documented spying on 14-year-old naked children at his beauty pageants, and also his beauty pageants. He sponsored and created these beauty pageants, quote-unquote beauty pageants for children, and then he would go in the back room and spy on them. Not even spy on them, just watch them get dressed and get naked, and he said this publicly, and he's on tape saying that. 36 million and counting. It's going up. People voted for that. Now, again, we can sit here and delineate all the horrible stuff the Democrats are responsible for and that Kamala Harris is responsible for on a personal level. But it does not come close to Donald Trump on a personal level and the Republican Party as a whole. The pedophile rapist has 36 and counting million voters in this fucking country. The pedophile fucking rapist. It is absurd. Epstein associate. Holy fuck. North Carolina, too close to call, according to NBC. 52% Donald Trump, 46% Kamala Harris. Insanity. Anyway, in regards to Anna Kasparian, what did you say? Oh, she's on the Daily Wire. Right. I forgot about that. I saw that. Oh, don't be sorry. Don't worry about that. I enjoyed rubbing it into Donald James's fucking... fuck you. I enjoyed that. And it wouldn't have been possible without you, Natalie. But yeah. I mean, you know, if I were still doing this show every day, you know, and like planning to, I would maybe dedicate a segment to that because it would be fun. Like a whole hour maybe. You know, a classic, you know, make fun of the dummy thing. But we got an election going. There's so many other important stuff at this moment and probably in the coming days that I probably won't. But maybe. But I'm taking my victory lap in silence, you know. It's been fun being right. It's been fun being correct. But again, let's look at Wisconsin. Now again, once again, I will say this. If Trump wins either Michigan or Wisconsin, I'll be worried. If he wins both of them, I will do the face. You can screenshot it, okay? If he wins both of them, it's over. It's game set. We're done for. Unless, like, Kamala Harris, like, somehow does some... I don't even know. I don't even think it's possible. Like, she would have to win every other state, literally. And, you know, again, that's just not going to happen. So this is Wisconsin 51-47, Kamala in the lead. Michigan 52-46, Kamala in the lead. But again, 15% in Michigan, 29% in Wisconsin reported votes. Georgia. We're back in Georgia. 79% expected vote. With a 200,000 vote delta between Donald and Kamala. So, with 1.1 million votes remaining. Again, Georgia getting called tonight is extremely unlikely. We would have needed to see a blowout, no chance in hell type scenario for Kamala to call in Georgia tonight. So it doesn't look like Kamala is going to be called. tonight. But I mean, it's possible, but very unlikely. So Georgia's probably not going to be called for at least maybe a day or two. If not tonight, it's probably going to take a day or two, if not a week. Pennsylvania, I'm not even looking at Pennsylvania. I'll bring Pennsylvania open. I probably. But just, if Pennsylvania's just not going to get called tonight, why are we wasting our time with this? Man, I'm way too fucked right now. Okay. Can't type. Can't do it. All right. Like, again, okay. Is it possible Pennsylvania gets called tonight? Yes. Is it possible? Yes. If it is a total and utter maximum defecation on the Big Orange, Pennsylvania gets called tonight, but I don't see it happening. So that's why I haven't been covering Pennsylvania. I don't think it's going to get called tonight because they have stupid ways that they count their votes because of these lawsuits, okay? So I don't think it's going to get called tonight. So let's go back to Wisconsin. Closing the gap. 32% in. But again, it's going to be really on Michigan and Wisconsin. That's going to be the thing that we're going to be watching tonight, I think. Again, if Kamala somehow managed to get North Carolina tonight, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen, but if, let's say, she manages to get this stuff in the next 2 hours on North Carolina, if she wins North Carolina, I would personally call the election there. I would say Kamala Harris has become president-elect if she wins North Carolina. That's still a long shot. I don't think it's going to happen at this moment, actually. I'm starting to become a little bearish on North Carolina. But Donald Trump, Epstein associate, pedophile, rapist, I can't, you know what I mean? But Americans, it's crazy. That we're living in this hell. But we're here. Ohio. Donald Trump. Hey, Ohio is my other fairy tale state. I thought if Kamala Harris wins Ohio, we're having fun tonight. If Kamala Harris won Ohio, I would be 3 beers deep instead of 1 beer deep. Right? But it didn't happen. That's a shame. I projected that it would happen because J.D. Vance is on the ticket, and he's horrible. But it appears that Ohio has no regrets with J.D. Vance. Now, again, I admit Texas and Ohio were my fun ones. Absolutely. But now the fun is over. And we're really just kind of sitting here thinking about our lives. Until North Carolina kind of really says something. That's really going to be, I think, the next state to be called. Now, you may notice Virginia. You may notice Virginia's not been called yet. Virginia took a while to get called last time. But it's hard to say if that's going to happen again because of the mail-in differential. If Trump won Virginia, that's like the case, I would say, the opposite, the exact inverse, I would say, of if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina. If Trump wins Virginia, I would say it's pretty much certain he's going to win the election, I think. Although, I think the read you could get of Kamala winning North Carolina, I think that applies that she would win elsewhere more than Trump winning Virginia. Like, Trump can win Virginia, in my opinion, and still lose Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, stuff like that. That's possible. VA is already called. Who called it? You can't just say VA is already called. Who's it called for? Who called it? PBS hasn't called it. I'll open Virginia. I don't want to open Virginia. I'm not opening it. No. I'm not going to succumb to terrorism. We will not bow down to terrorism. I already opened Pennsylvania, for Christ's sake. I'm not opening Virginia. Fuck you. It's not going to happen. Fuck off. It's not going to happen. Not a chance in hell am I opening up Virginia. Virginia? I'll hover over it. I'll hover over Virginia. NBC called Virginia? Nah. No way. Nah. You're a fucking bitch. It says too early. I couldn't help myself. You got me. You did. I fell right into it. I'm on too many substances. I fell right into it. God damn it. But it's already open. You got me. It's already open. Virginia's been opened. Fine, I'll open it. Trump leading in Virginia, but again, it's, we don't really know. I mean, again, if Trump wins Virginia, like, it's still possible he loses. But if he wins Virginia tonight, I mean, I'm fucked. I'm going to be a very sad individual. Again, the level of happiness I will be for Kamala if she won North Carolina exceeds the level of sadness I will be if Trump wins Virginia. If that makes sense. But, like, either one, if they flipped either one of that's pretty bad news. The Texas Senate, it's pretty much, I'm just going to close this one. That's sorry, Donald James. It's not going to happen. We're talking about Cuba now? Oh, shit. Let's look at Georgia. Again, I mean, we're kind of stalling here. We're just playing the tab game. We're tabbing back and forth. Does anyone like to tab back and forth? So I think now what I'll do is play some video games. Damn. Does anyone else love video games? I killed that motherfucker. Destroyed. For anyone wondering, I'm currently playing Mega Man Battle Network on the Game Boy Advance. Let's take a break. All right, what do we got? Michigan. All right, 16% in, though. It's really not much. Wisconsin's looking a little close for comfort. A little too close for comfort. Anything can be handheld with the power of smartphones, Donald James. All right. So we're at the point in this stream where it's been 3 hours, and I streamed for 5 hours previously. No. I'm not stopping anytime soon. Don't worry about it. But we're at the point where I need to start considering, am I going to bust out the emergency munchies? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about breaking the glass in case of emergency and chowing down on some gourmet garbage, possibly with my webcam off. I don't know how I feel about eating garbage on webcam. I should have a beer. I already have beer. I have beer at home. I play row. What is row? Row your vote. Huh? Pretty good. Pretty good. Row your vote. All right, I'm going to do a vibe check on Twitter. So we do have some news out of Delaware. In Delaware, House District, it's not listed here. Very strange. What? Anyway, we got the first trans member of the House, everybody. I don't know what district it is. Okay. It just didn't list it for whatever reason. And I'm also on drugs, so whatever. But we finally got one of us in the House. How does it feel? Where are my fellow transes at? Where's my fellow transes? We got one in. We made it inside. The gates are open. Now anyone can do it. You know what? I'm not going to lie, though. I'm a little pissed off it wasn't me. I think I could have been first. I think I could have. But hey, you know, shout out to Sarah McBride for being the first transgender member of the House of Representatives. We gotta celebrate something here. Wow. Just thinking about having to go to Congress and be around the Republicans as a trans person. Gonna have to spread out all the Genki. You have to go out of your house to run for office? I'm not convinced about that, actually. I think I could run a campaign without ever leaving the house. Wear like an ankle bracelet, make it like a YouTube challenge. How many votes can I get without ever stepping foot outside my house? I think I could do something like that. That's a good idea. So votes are pouring in Wisconsin. And they're pouring in Wisconsin. It's not looking good. Checking my messages. Sometimes people message me. Sometimes. You gotta check them. All right. Let's bring the map open. I would like to just reiterate just the general feeling of knowing that 41 million motherfuckers voted for somebody that has literally been documented molesting and sexualizing and raping children. 41 million people said, that's fine with me. I mean, that... Now, I know we can make the claim that they all don't know that. But isn't that a condemnation of the Democrats in a way? Isn't it a little bit of a condemnation of Democrats that you could theoretically argue that most Americans don't know that Donald Trump is a pedophile, rapist, obscene associate? That's strange. If I were the Democrats, I would do something about that personally. But again, let me reiterate and go through real quick. North Carolina. It's not looking good in North Carolina. But it's really not looking good in North Carolina. However, if it were to look better in North Carolina, as in not like this, if it did not look like this, if it looked a lot better than this, I would be happy. But I'm not happy. I'll be honest with you. I'm concerned. Okay? Hey, in 2020, you can watch my 2020 election coverage. I'm pretty sure it's still up. I was cool as a cucumber the whole time. I was not worried at all. And I have maintained that demeanor up until about 10 minutes ago. And I'm not sure if it's paranoia from the rampant drug use that I'm on. Or the fact that the lead is widening in North Carolina. And again, the only way we can call this election tonight is if Kamala Harris wins North Carolina. That is the only possible way we could get an election result before like 3 a.m., 4 a.m., you know. And I'm down to stay up until like at least 1 a.m., maybe. The only way we'll know anything in that time period is with North Carolina, and it does not look like that's going to happen. It does not look like we're going to get that tonight. Which means we're looking at the Red Mirage scenario. Now, you can claim it's cope. Feel free to claim that. It's what happened in 2020. It's why I was cool as a fucking cucumber in 2020. And cucumbers are fucking cool as hell. And I'm cool. Okay? Fuck you if you disagree. I was cool as fuck in 2020. Nailed it. But the Red Mirage situation is a little bit different this time around. Donald Trump told his guys to do a lot of early voting. And a lot of Republicans voted early. A larger percentage of Republicans this time around compared to last time voted early. Last time around, the red mirage came because a lot of mail-ins could not be counted until Election Day. But they were counted at the same time as people that voted on in-person Election Day in 2020. And so the in-person votes were counted in real time, whereas the mail-in votes were kind of slower to count because they could only start counting them on Election Day. So that's why there was the red mirage in 2020. For 2024, we had a wider early voting margin of time in a lot of these states. And Republicans told their guys to vote early. And a lot of states count early votes as they come in. Not every state. Pennsylvania, for example. I do not believe Pennsylvania counts early votes as they come in. I think they still wait. So the red mirage here is happening from a bump in Republicans voting early and a combination with the Election Day turnout. I am not going to sit here and tell you that Trump is going to be president, because I don't think he is. I still believe Kamala is going to win. I would, if you ask me right now, quote me, 10:15 p.m. Eastern Time, November 5th, 2024, Kamala Harris will win this election. I totally, 100% believe it. 100%. Maybe not 100%, 90%. And that's just because, you can't be 100% about everything. I was 100% in 2020, but I'm 90% right now. I'll be honest with you, I was 95% 6 hours ago, but hey, something about just sitting here, just staring at the screen kind of just psychs you out too. So I'm trying to account for that, However, also hello Yakinoff. However, if we do not get North Carolina tonight, once again, let me reiterate, Georgia could theoretically call it tonight. Theoretically, 2% chance we get a call on Georgia, but I'm throwing it out there because I got a tab open. But let's not count on Georgia. Michigan and Wisconsin. These could get called tonight. Maybe. Michigan and Wisconsin. And let me reiterate, if Trump wins either of these, I'm scared to death. If Trump wins both of these, it's over. And we should know Michigan and Wisconsin by like 3, 4 a.m. We should know around that time. I don't know if I'll still be streaming there. I'll probably end the stream maybe around 1 a.m. We'll see. Unless shit's going crazy. You never know. But by the time you wake up tomorrow, if Trump has either one of these, it's scary time. If he has both of them, it's fucking over. If Kamala has both of them, it's not over, but I would say you can probably start celebrating. Pop the bottle. These are the two ones that I'm worried about tonight. If it's 1-1, then we're going to be in for the long 2-week waiting for Pennsylvania and stuff. But let's look at Pennsylvania. Now, again, Pennsylvania, fuck this shit. I'm not putting any stock in Pennsylvania. We're not going to know anything tonight, so fuck them. However, Donald Trump, 50.5. Kamala Harris, 48.6. Virginia, I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I have a tab open for Virginia. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't have a tab open for Virginia, but I do. I have a tab open for Virginia because some bitch in the chat told me to, so I'm doing it because I appreciate my viewers. Even the ones that rage quit from my stream for years and then don't even apologize. However, if Kamala's declared victor in Virginia tonight, which did not happen, I don't think, on Election Day in 2020. But if it happened tonight, That's cool. That's cool. If Trump wins Virginia tonight, not as cool. Definitely not as cool. How's Texas going? Texas not so good. But that's, you know, you got to dream. You got to dream. I don't mind shooting for Texas and missing. I'll shoot for Texas every cycle. And then the time I get it, it'll be cool. You know? But not this time. Not this time. Unfortunately. Maybe next time. It's not looking good, Donald James. I'm sorry. I closed the tab. You're on your own for that one. Did I reach my goal of subs lost? I don't remember what the goal was. So maybe. You don't feel appreciated? That's a shame. All right. Whew. Let's look at this map here. Should I open up Arizona? Fuck it. Let's open up Arizona. Again, I bet money on Arizona. This is what we got for Arizona. If Kamala Harris wins Arizona, I will become slightly more wealthy. And also, I'll be pretty happy about that because it's a good sign for winning the election. If Kamala Harris loses Arizona, well, then let's just say I am going to be slightly less wealthy. So, I bet on 5-to-1 odds. So, worth a shot. But yeah, Arizona 49% in. I think the polls have already closed, even though they're in that time zone, you know, whatever direction I'm pointing out. They're in that one. But the polls already closed. So 50% reported in. 50% exactly on Kamala Harris, 49% on Donald Trump. So it's pretty close. But yep, we won't know how voter suppression, election interference, we're not going to know about that in real time, really. How's Alaska looking? Not good. Not good. How long until JD becomes president? I think if Donald Trump and J.D. Vance enter the White House, you will have J.D. Vance as president within a year. And that is not good. But, all right. 75% in on North Carolina. 85% in on Georgia. 20% in on Michigan, 47% in on Wisconsin, 54% in on Pennsylvania. So we still got a lot of ways to go. We're entering that slow burn period of election night where it's looking like the race is going to shape up like this. I mean, one or two more of the swing states might get called in the next couple hours. But really, we're just chilling here. So, The idea that Mr. I'm going to put tariffs on everything is going to help us with inflation. It blows my mind, man. Americans, dude. Every time I think about it, every time I just sit back and really meditate, really just sit there and just 44.6 so far million American citizens, so-called, want RFK Jr. to be in charge of the Food and Drug Administration. 44.6 million Americans want to have Elon Musk in the cabinet. That's some crazy stuff. I gotta be honest. That's pretty nuts. That's pretty nuts. What's RFK's stance on legalizing drugs? I think he's pro decriminalization for most things. That's one of his rare decent positions that I've heard of. Well, I don't really care about exit polls. I mean, exit polls, that's not really my thing. I mean, I get it, you know. Some people do election night where every little bit of information they hang their hat on. I like to do election night by kind of just looking at the map and just kind of opining. Like, for me, this is like I'm just recording, really, my reaction to the election. I don't necessarily need to cling to every single statement. One thing I've done this year politically is just try to take a step back from the obsession with refresh. So, I want this to be more of just let's chill. I can watch all the election streams and the play-by-plays. I can watch all that tomorrow. Let's just chill. Let's just enjoy the moment. Because moments like this, they don't come that often. You know, they really don't. We're just, you know, you just don't know. Like, I know a lot of people out there, they claim that, oh, I don't care about the election. Oh, doesn't matter to me. I mean, if you don't live in America, you know, I guess you have more of a right to say that. But, hey, man, I think it does matter. I really do. I really think it does matter. Donald Trump has been paid millions of dollars and is personally sending out investments in beachfront property in Gaza. He wants to invest in retail, or rather residential housing in Gaza for the colonizers. I think that matters. And I really hate the nihilism. And I say that as a nihilist. I'm a fucking hardcore nihilist. But I think when people say that who's president doesn't matter, that's not nihilism. It's just purposeful, willful ignorance. Because it does matter. Now, does it matter greatly? That we could argue. It's a marginal effect for most people, but it matters. It does matter. I will hang my hat on that. Sorry if it... I told you all, this is my night to be a liberal. I'm libbing out on election night. We're going to Libya right now. Said that 5 times. Is it funny yet? I don't know. And yeah, like, I don't want a pedophile rapist to be president. I really don't. I'm not going to lie to you. I know. Hot take. I know. Wow, look at me. I have feelings and emotions, and I'm a human being. Who cares? I don't want a pedophile rapist in the White House. Again, I'm sorry. Does that make me lame? Oh, man. You're so lame and uncool. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. I personally think our world would be slightly less dog shit if we did not have a pedophile rapist in the White House. Best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, the most famous pedophile of all time. I would prefer not to have his best friend in the White House again. I would like to keep in mind Donald James in the chat. White man. Hey, I know. Look at me. Identity politics. Hey, I'm just saying. Just throwing it out there. All right. I would like to once again share this. This is me looking for votes for Kamala Harris. This is me. Where are the votes at? Where are the votes? Can I get some votes? Are they under here? I'm just sharing my Rugrats animation art. I bought that on the internet. I'm looking for votes. I've been collecting animation art. That's my new thing. Am I going to frame it at some point? I got a bunch. These are what I got framed right now. I also got, I got this framed. I haven't hung this one up though. This one's good. This is my face when I literally do anything at all. Well, yeah. You know, this is the stuff that brings me joy. A little bit of joy once in a while to offset all this pain. Alright, let's do the fucking thing again. Let's do it. North Carolina. Alright. Oh, 83% in. Oh, I'm starting to sweat. Literally. I'm not even joking. I started to sweat. I would love to have a Rockman cell, but those are wildly expensive. The only Rockman animation stuff that I've seen is either for the cartoon, and there's not much of it that I've seen available, you know, like on auctions or whatever. And then you've got the X4 and Mega Man 8 anime cutscenes. Those have cell productions that were sold. Some of them were sold to the public at some point. So there's a couple of those for X4 and Mega Man 8 anime cutscenes. I've seen a couple of those on market over the course of a few years, but those are wildly expensive. I'd love to get one, but right now I'm collecting Rugrats and SpongeBob. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, let's have fun with this whole segment. This was going to be my reaction, my face when Kamala Harris wins the election. It's hard to see with the reflection. But if Kamala Harris won, this would be my reaction. I would do something along the lines of this. But unfortunately, we have not hit that reality yet. We are still here. Waiting. We're still here. Just counting it down. Just counting it down. Just waiting for it all to wither away. So North Carolina, 83%, 47.9 to 50.7 leading in Donald Trump. Yeah, I mean, someone let me know. Has Donald Trump claimed victory yet? I mean, I'm... Of course he has. But, like, I mean, what I mean is that, like, what has he said? I'm going to look up what he said so far. I don't think he's made a speech yet. Okay, there's no speech yet or anything. So he hasn't done the election night we won bullshit yet, I don't think. So if I were him, I'd be doing it by now. This would be the time I would do it if I were him. I would do the speech right now. My biggest criticism of Trump on strategy in 2020 is that he waited until 3 a.m. to do that. Frankly, I won. If he does it now, he would capture the red mirage sentiment in a way that he did not last cycle. But I mean, maybe I missed it. I don't know. I just checked his page on Twitter, which is basically just his website at this point, and I haven't seen anything. So I figured it would be posted there if it was. But we'll see. Georgia, 86% in. Donald Trump, 51.2. Kamala, 48.0. Michigan with 23% in. 48.9. Kamala, 49.3. Donald Trump. So, Wisconsin, 49.2 to 0.1. Doesn't really matter. Can we talk about Robert Kennedy? Can we? I barely talked about RFK and we're 3.5 hours into election night. What the fuck? How is that possible? But I just saw him here. 8,000 people in Wisconsin voted for RFK, even though he dropped out of the race months ago. These are Americans, man. Just whenever, like, that's the thing for me, election night, it's just one of those things that really just, I sit back and assess at how stupid America is. And I do this every day of my life, basically. Every time I read the news, sometimes I just forget and then I just remember. But, like, wow. Thousands of motherfuckers are voting for a guy who dropped out of the race months ago and endorsed Donald Trump. Like, they voted for a guy who ended his campaign to endorse Donald Trump, and Donald Trump has promised to install him into office in some way. And then people didn't vote for Trump, but they voted for him anyway. It's impressive. I mean, it really is impressive, man. Let's go look at the Senate. Senate, it's still Joe Manchin's seat, which we knew that was the most obvious one going into this, so. The House. Now, that is something... Now, I will tell you this straight up. I have not been following the House of Reps this season. The 1 or 2 races I followed, I already announced it. We got a transgender member of Congress. That's the one of the only ones I followed. And then we got one in Washington, but you know, that the whole West Coast, that's like DLC. West Coast, that no one gives a fuck about West Coast. You know, let's be honest. Who the fuck's staying up until Washington, California seats, you know? Who the fuck's staying up until then? I'm talking about, like, you know, over here on the eastern seaboard. But I haven't really been following the House too closely this season. Again, I've been kind of taking it easy on the infinite refreshing of every single race. But yeah, like, I look at this as someone who follows politics but has been taking a little bit of a break from paying attention to every House race. So I look at this and I'm thinking, well, Democrats losing 3, Republicans gaining 2, that doesn't seem good. Because ultimately Democrats need to pick up, like what, 4 seats or something in order to hit a majority? But again, it very well could be I'm a little dummy loser, and it's like the 3 House seats that were lost or something were like because of gerrymandering, and everyone knew that it was going to happen anyway. And then there's a bunch of other seats that are going to be a lockup for Dems to flip over, and I just don't know that because I haven't been following that well, even though I'm streaming and I'm supposed to be the source of information. But hey, whatever. I mean, I'm telling you so that you can go watch a more informed stream on the House if you want to know more details about the House. Here's not the place at the moment, but I'm worried. I'd say I'm a little worried about the House, but again, Republicans already have the House, so it's not like it could get worse in the House. But again, if Republicans control even one chamber of Congress, branch of government, we are basically calcified. Right? We as a country can maybe make some progress without the Supreme Court. If Democrats had Congress and the presidency, maybe we could make some marginal, we could maybe give someone a $1,400 check like last time. You know. But ultimately, if Republicans win the Senate tonight, if that's called, we're fucked. If Republicans win the House tonight, if that's called, we're fucked. If Republicans win the presidency, obviously, tonight, we're fucked. But I don't think we're going to get any calls tonight. You know, I mean, depends on how you classify tonight. You know, midnight on the West Coast is going to be at 3 a.m. for me. I'm not going to be streaming up until 3 a.m. Yeah. Maybe if the results start pouring the fuck in, I might, but yeah, once again, the red states are going red. That's for certain. And the blue states, well, no, has Iowa been called? Looks like Seltzer was wrong. Damn. Well, I'll tell you this. It does not appear that we're going to see a blowout. And that's what I wanted to see. I would have loved to have seen a blowout paraded around at the expense of the MAGA crybaby losers. But it appears that we are not going to see that. And so as a result, we're going to sit here for a week. It's going to take a week. And that's why I said I'm going to be doing this show every day for the next few weeks, because here we go. We're here. This is it. It's going to be a couple days at the very minimum, I think. I'm receiving word. Vermin Supreme has just declared victory. It must be true. How long until Mike Johnson is president? I don't know. I don't know if Mike Johnson would leapfrog J.D. Vance. I don't think J.D. Vance would let that happen. Every single corner of the world has evil winning. Yeah. Not good. Tomorrow, I will be streaming probably at around 8 o'clock p.m. And I will probably slide in to left past 10. We'll do a smooth transition. So, I may possibly record something and upload it in the morning with my morning afterthoughts. Possibly. I won't stream, I don't think that. But I may possibly upload a video in the morning to do a quick recap there. But I won't do like a full show in the morning. I'll wait until the evening. With all this being said, I'm going to take a quick break. I must escort my political correspondent, Max the dog, into the outer realm, also known as the PP chamber. He's got to go. I will be back in a few minutes. If, let me know what the vibes are. What are you feeling? If you want to go check for information to report back to me, feel free. That'd be cool. If not, okay. I will be back shortly. I have returned from the depths of the shadows. I'm here once again to provide nothing of value, really, other than to distract you or not until it all falls apart. It is 10:50 p.m. November 5th. November 5th. 10 o'clock 50. I got myself a snack, of which I will munch. Max, you cannot have these. They're not for dogs. They're not for dogs. All right. We got 50 million votes. 50 million votes for Donald Trump, pedophile rapist. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. $49,247,516 people so far voted for a pedophile rapist. It's honestly impressive. Like, when you sit back and really sense the scale of how stupid Americans are. Wow. 50,000 people. Pedophile, no big deal. That's crazy. I don't know why New York's not called yet. Unless it is, unless I'm stupid. Yeah, that is called. What are the ones that aren't called yet? It's hard to tell which ones are not on. This UI just fucking sucks. Yeah, the fucking UI just sucks dick. Alright. Hey, Clippy. How's it going? I'm eating Carolina Reaper cheese curls. This is how I'm coping. Yeah, 85% reporting in North Carolina. It still could go either way. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. And again, it will eternally piss me off how much better libertarians are at organizing third parties. So you got libertarian, and then you got all of these fucking idiots. You know, like, it's impressive. But yeah, it does not look like we'll be hitting a North Carolina call tonight. So if that's the case, I don't even know why I'm still here, but I said I'd still be here until 1. So, you know, Georgia. You know, we're going to have to wait. The copium on Georgia is these are the densest population. These are the biggest in the tank for Kamala. And these, you know, we're still at 90% as opposed to 95, 93, 80. You know, so there's still some copium. You know, it's just the problem is that the race is now going to transition to the week-long, you're going to check your phone every hour. Has anything changed? Has anything changed? I genuinely believed that there was a good shot we would get a call tonight. Now it's just not going to happen. Like, just straight up, that's not going to happen at all. But, yeah, we're going to have to wait till the end of the goddamn fucking week at the earliest, I think. Michigan. Kamala's back in the lead. Pretty comfortable lead, but only 30% reporting. Wisconsin, 58% reporting. Once again, if Kamala wins Michigan and Wisconsin, which she could theoretically win tonight, it's not looking like she will, but if she does do that, it's looking really good that she'll win the election. If Trump wins either of these, horrified. If he wins both of them, we're fucked. And this is the big thing that could happen tonight. Or, Michigan and Wisconsin could go for the next couple days, but we could still get a call in the next couple hours, maybe. Pennsylvania is not going to happen. You're not going to get Pennsylvania tonight. Virginia. I don't know why Virginia hasn't been called. Come on. Come on. Arizona. Dead heat. 50-50. 50% reporting. But, yeah. Are we screwed? I mean, it depends on... Are you Canadian? The hell do you care? But, I mean, it depends on your perspective. But, I'm still confident that Kamala will win. I'm confident. So now I gotta deal with this. This is not good. This is not good. Like, I could start typing on my keyboard like this. That would be a disaster. So, I must wash my hands, folks. But I know that the average YouTube viewer has a short attention span. So if you choose to leave in the next 30 seconds as I wash my hands, that's fine. If you choose to stick around, we can continue conversing, because I just did the recap on what our situation is. And so we can talk about that situation. Unless you got a short attention span, but I will be back in about 30 seconds. Give or take. I have returned once again from the realm of washed hands. Here lies public health. In the realm of washed hands, we mourn the crypt of public health. I wonder how all the people who died of COVID are impacting this election. I think about that often. Anyway. Webcam. I'm here. Okay. So, once again, not looking so good. Political correspondent Max the Dog. Max the Dog, how do you feel about this election? Max the Dog, please reporting. Please, Max, you gotta, just this way. Okay. Max the Dog has a tennis ball, which, as we know, means Kamala will win. Is that correct, Max? He said yes. You may not have heard it. This is insane. Can you believe that this is real? This is real life. Maybe not for you. Maybe your life sucks. But that was pretty good, though. Last 20 seconds of my life, not too bad. Maybe yours could have been better. Oh, we got a nice juice. What got in? Was it Illinois? Colorado? What was it called yet? Oh, Washington, California. Okay, okay. All right, okay. We got some big numbers on the board. Big numbers on the board for Kamala. Kamala Harris, big numbers. We got numbers on the board. California for Kamala. Shocking. Brave. Truly an unexpected turn of events. So some news from Florida. There was an amendment for abortion. Abortion rights were on the ballot in Florida. The ballot measure on whether or not you have a right to an abortion in the state of Florida had 4,414,022 votes for no, 43%. 5,860,626 votes for yes, 57%. However, because ballot measures in the state of Florida require 60% to pass, even though it was 43-57, abortion lost in Florida. So Florida, if you become pregnant in Florida, you are now a slave to the state of Florida, at the very least. So I recommend not getting pregnant in the state of Florida. If you're listening to this or are otherwise aware of what is happening, and you choose, for whatever reason, notice I said the word choose, to get pregnant in the state of Florida, I believe you are a stupid person. Because whether or not you want to have that child, whether or not it's a planned pregnancy in the state of Florida, if you choose to become pregnant in the state of Florida, there's a very good chance there could be a medical complication. We are still dealing with SARS, severe acute respiratory syndrome, which causes birth defects, hemorrhaging, and otherwise other different, I'm sorry, I'm on drugs, pregnancy complications. So we live in a world now where it's more likely that you're going to have a complication in the pregnancy, and it's less likely that a doctor is going to want to help you. So even if you do have a healthy relationship and you want to bring a child into this world, which, hey, that's a separate conversation. We'll put a pin in that. If you do so in the state of Florida, just know you could die at any minute. and there's really nothing you could do because 51 million people in this country so far decided to vote for a pedophile rapist. Wow. I mean, like, when you really think about it, like, you know, you can make an argument that all the votes are fake. The numbers don't mean anything. It's all made up. I don't agree with that. I think the numbers are relatively accurate. And then they choose which groups of ballots on the end of it. Like, oh, did you have a photo ID? If not, oh, did you forget to put the date on this one? If not, you know, they do that kind of stuff to kind of tick it down in whichever direction they want. But I believe that the numbers are kind of real for the most part. And when you really think about it, 51 million people voting for pedophile rapist Donald Trump. I mean, I know I keep saying it. I know I am on broken record here, but like 51 million people in this country have voted for a pedophile rapist. One of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends. I really genuinely don't believe that I need to say anything else. Like, the fact that, like, that alone is not enough. And again, the fact that Democrats didn't run on this, the fact that Democrats weren't going wall-to-wall ads playing up Donald Trump's connection to Epstein, when Donald Trump wished pedophile rapist Ghislaine Maxwell said, "I wish her well." The fact that the Democrats did not play up the pedophile rapist angle, I don't even understand it. I don't get it. And subsequently, the fact that Americans could see, I mean, does anyone deny that Donald Trump is a rapist? Like, maybe some people would deny he's a pedophile because there's no publicly available video of that, right? But, like, there's tapes, there's documents, there's photographs of him engaging in sex acts with minors. It's all sealed in court cases, but hey, whatever. But he's very well been documented. He's proudly admitted that he's a rapist. And yet 51 million people were like, yes, I'm pro-rape. 51 million motherfuckers are pro-rape in this country. It's absurd. And, you know, this stream, election night, this is where we opine on just how truly dastardly things are. We're 51 million motherfuckers in the year of our goddamn motherfuck left their homes and strolled about with intent to vote for a pedophile rapist. But of course, again, I believe that this is the red mirage. I believe that Kamala Harris has won this election. Frankly, I think it's very likely she'll win this election. But it's going to be a long ride, and we're going to have to fucking be doing this shit all week. So, isn't that fucking great? But let's go through the rigmarole one more time. I'll get rid of the fucking candidates here. Donald Trump is looking pretty good in North Carolina. 50.7 to 48. Now, again, it's possible Kamala wins North Carolina. You know, over the course, you know, if you look at the counties here, the major cities usually are the ones that obviously favor Democrats the most. Jesus. These dummies, man. I swear to God, these motherfuckers. Yeah, I mean, it's possible that Kamala ekes it out, but it's going to take a couple days. I mean, it's going to be a while. Georgia, again, 88% in. It's close enough. It's possible. If you look at the counties, DeKalb, that's one of the big ones. And I said this before, but there were calls of bomb threats. A lot of polling places in Georgia were shut down today. So who knows? It is theoretical. You could argue that a polling place in Georgia getting a bomb threat called in and shutting down for an hour or two, you could argue in a major city in Georgia, you could argue that maybe 2,000, 3,000 people, who knows, maybe they could have avoided voting. And that's just one of the instances. There were several instances of bomb threats and poll place closures in Georgia. So, but yep, the Republican path to victory is definitely via the Supreme Court. And we knew that going in. And it's possible. It's possible that they do the 2000 routine again. If we look at Michigan, Michigan doesn't have that much reporting yet. But if we look at Michigan, Kamala's got a comfortable lead. That's nice. Wisconsin, Donald Trump in the lead. Even more reporting in Wisconsin. Okay. Pennsylvania. Fuck Pennsylvania. We're not going to know that shit anyway. Virginia. The fact that Virginia hasn't been called yet is a little worrying, but whatever. Arizona. Boy, howdy. But yeah. Yeah, people are voting for RFK Jr. even though he dropped out and endorsed Donald Trump. And Donald Trump promised him power. Isn't that cool? That's cool. I think that's cool. I'm using NBC for the states, and I'm using PBS for the map. I like the map. The raspberries are growing on me. I like the raspberries. All right, I'm going to see some stuff here. The raspberries are growing. So I'm on Twitter.com on my cell phone. People on Twitter seem to be freaking out. But again, I'm going to be honest. I think Kamala will win. I do. You could say I have no basis to believe that, but my basis is the same as it was this morning. You know, we didn't get the fun ones like Texas or Ohio, but hey, that was for fun, okay? I didn't have too much stake in that either. And as far as the rest of the states, we really don't know anything else. Like, so if people are freaking out, I'm going to be honest with you. Why? Like, I made a joke map having Texas and Ohio on it because I thought that would be funny. And, you know, again, I thought it was possible that they go blue. It's possible. Why not? Let's have fun with it. But we don't need Texas or Ohio at all. None of the swing states have been called. I don't get it. We all went through this 4 years ago. We waited a whole week. Or it was like, what, 6 days? I don't know. In 2020. It's looking like we'll see that again. And if it's looking like we'll see that again, and we saw it last time, the only thing I'm worried about are the election interference efforts. You know, again, I think that there's a good chance that stuff like this goes to the Supreme Court and they just pick the president again. It's very possible. But, yeah, how are you guys feeling? No, not yet, Relon. Do I play poker? No, but I'm interested. I wouldn't actually, you know, I wouldn't do that in a pandemic, I don't think. Saturday? So, like, what, yeah, 5 days, 4 days? I felt like a week, man. I'm worried this will turn into a Holocaust. I mean, we're already there as far as I'm concerned. We're already on like stage 1 or 2 or whatever you want to, however many stages you want to do the stage game. But yeah, my opinion, and I'll just say this, I will probably at least go until midnight. I'll revise. I don't really think much is going to change between midnight and 1 a.m. So, I'll go until midnight, 40 more minutes, but yep. Is this the worst case scenario? Absolutely not. But again, you know, for me, I looked at Twitter like 3 or 4 times this whole night. That's one data point. Elon Musk owns Twitter. There was a lawsuit going around that showed evidence that Elon Musk is pouring algorithm points into left-wing dissent, left-wing panic. So, you know, I've chosen to be a little bit more laid back. I will be honest with you, how I'm feeling now versus 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I was 100% totally convinced Biden would win the whole time. I was not worried for a second. I would go even further and suggest that North Carolina went for Donald Trump. According to PBS, anyway. On NBC, still got too early to call. But on PBS, they're calling it for Trump. So, like I said, the only scenario where we could go to bed happy, assuming Kamala makes you happy to any degree, is if she won North Carolina tonight. That's the only scenario where we go to bed happy. So we're not going to bed happy. That's for damn sure. But she doesn't need North Carolina. But again, 4 years ago, I was not concerned at all. The whole time I was totally fine. I knew Biden would win. I am less confident this time. However, still pretty confident. Trying to get comfortable here. I still feel confident, yeah. Convince me not to feel confident. Did they really need to? I don't think so, Riolan, but I saw that they did. But yeah, North Carolina. I want to look at this lieutenant governor race again. The Democrats running away with it here. That's fucking crazy. I used to live in North Carolina, so, you know, I have a slight extra interest here. Yeah, the Democrats are running away with it. But, of course, North Carolina is the state locally, they love Democrats. In the state government, they love Democrats. Sending to the White House, fuck it. Fuck the rest of you guys. You get Donald Trump. We get Democrats here in North Carolina. We're fine. You guys, fuck you. You get Donald Trump. I hate North Carolina. Fuck you. I'm closing this tab. Fuck that tab. Yep, Georgia. Once again, my analysis is pretty much the same here. We're not really going to know Georgia, I don't think, tonight. Michigan, I don't think we're going to know Michigan tonight either. Maybe we will. I don't know. Wisconsin, I'm getting nervous about Wisconsin. Because 50-48, Donald Trump winning. Like I said, if Donald Trump won either Wisconsin or Michigan, I'm certifiably concerned. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick pee break. I will be right back, and then we'll get into the final round of whatever the stream has to offer. But I will be right back. Is this thing on? Allow. Political correspondent Max the Dog weighs in. Max the Dog, how do you feel about this election? Excellently said, Max the Dog. I happen to have a bonus that the bathroom is very close to where I'm at. It is very not much walking. Very not much walking. It's a little bit of washing. A little bit. Not very much walking. So I can pretty much jump and go pretty easily. When I used to live in North Carolina, in order to use the bathroom, I'd have to go up and down an entire goddamn set of stairs in order to fucking use the bathroom. And, you know, while you can be thankful for the cardiovascular gain, it's a little annoying when I got the ADHD viewers that are going to leave if I take more than 26 seconds. So many other streamers are already sounding defeated. I mean, why? Like, what's the argument? What's the argument for sounding defeated? Is it the blowout? No. Sadly. But I don't see the argument for being defeated. I don't see where that is. I mean, maybe I'm stupid. Like, if Trump wins Virginia, yeah, I'm fucking freaking. If Trump wins Georgia, I'm concerned. If Trump wins Michigan, I'm freaking. If he wins Wisconsin, I'm freaking. All right? Then we got to deal with these fucking guys, Nevada and Arizona. Trump wins Arizona, I'm out some money. I'm also freaking a little bit. But so far, we're good. We're good. The shsdufhsbdufgbszjjasddsfsdfsdfsdf aren't playing around. They've declared their intent to recriminalize sodomy and write laws calling any trans person being seen by anyone anywhere transgender exposure. That's going to be the name of my debut album. Transgender exposure. Well, yeah, I mean, pretty much. I agree. I mean, yeah. No notes required. How am I? I'm all right. But yeah, once again, the only real news tonight is North Carolina. It's a shame that North Carolina voted for Democrats down fucking ballot and then sent Trump to the White House. Like, I can't get over how the gall of these fucking guys in North Carolina. Governor, Democrat. Lieutenant governor, Democrat. You haven't seen a lieutenant and a regular both be governors in like a decade in North Carolina? It's insane. Attorney General, Democrat. Down the line, Democrat. President, Donald Trump. What? You know? But, you know, it's crazy, but that's what happened. So, we're pretty much back to what it was in 2020. And that's a shame. I really thought abortion in January 6th, I thought that would move the needle from 2020. I will be honest with you, and I thought that that was the case. I thought that literally trying to destroy the country and overthrow an election, I thought people would care a little bit more about that. I did. Crazy me, right? I know. I'll take it. I thought a lot of people dying because they're getting abortions or need to get abortions, man, I thought people would care. I genuinely, I thought it would move the needle, you know? But it looks like we're pretty much packing in for the 2020 round 2 scenario, so, you know. But again, I will be streaming every day for the next week or so, week and a half, 2 weeks. I don't know. However long it takes until all of this is settled at the very least. So, I'll probably wake up in the morning, and if the map has changed in any way, shape, and form, I'll make a video about it. Ooh, what did Republicans win? What do we get here? Wow. That's a goddamn shame. Sherrod Brown. Gonzo. The House looking a little bit better than it was before. Yeah, I'll probably wake up in the morning. I hope. Ideally, I'll wake up in the morning, right? But yeah, once again, in order for the government to function in any way of shape and form, Democrats need to have all three of these. And it's pretty much, I mean, the Senate's gone. The Senate's over. That's done. I think we can declare defeat on the Senate. And so with that information, the next 2 years at the very minimum, a waste of our goddamn time. Electorally? But yeah. It's a shame. And it really is. But, you know. Alright, let's look at the swings. Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. If I have to hear these states in this order ever again, man, after the Trump years are over, you know, assuming Kamala wins, right? So, you know. Yeah, so winding down for the night, I'll reiterate. If Trump wins Virginia, like if we wake up tomorrow with a Trump Virginia, like, that's bad. So let me outline my concernometer going forward. Starting with the morning. If Virginia goes to Trump, we are not looking good at all. Is it automatically default? It's all over? No. But it might as fucking well be, and you better pack your fucking bags, okay? If we wake up tomorrow with Michigan and Wisconsin called, if one of them goes for Trump, wow, that is horrific. Okay, not good. If they both go for Trump, it's over. We lost. It's done. Pack your fucking bags. Goodbye. Do not pass go. If Kamala wins both Michigan and Wisconsin and Virginia, then we're cruising. We are cruising in that case. And this could all happen tomorrow. This could all happen by tomorrow morning, even. I don't think anything else is going to get called by tomorrow morning. Maybe Arizona? Maybe Nevada? But Nevada, no, definitely not. I mean, Nevada's open late, and plus they got some long ballot bullshit. I don't think Arizona. Yeah, I don't think those are going to get called tomorrow. So in a scenario where we wake up tomorrow, Georgia theoretically could be called, but again, that one might be taking a while as well. But yeah, Virginia is a big kind of mood setter. I think we're going to see Virginia, Michigan, and Wisconsin before anything else. Yeah, if Kamala gets all three, I'm very excited. I'm feeling good about that. If Trump gets just one of them, I'm concerned. If he gets two, it's over. What is giving up? I mean, giving up in the sense of saying it's over because the red mirage happened. But again, a lot of, again, I could totally be wrong. Trump could win still. It's, I don't think so. I think Kamala is going to win. I'm very confident that Kamala is going to win still. I would say 70, 80%. Call me crazy. The idea that the red mirage happens 2 times in a row and streamers are freaking out. What? This is what happened last time. What? This is literally the same. This is the same shit. I have PTSD even. Because this is the same thing that happened last time. So I'm sorry, man. What? The era of election night, that's over. I think we can certifiably say we have moved away from the era of election night. It's election week. We vote on one day. Not really, because we have a month of early voting or so in a lot of states. It's election week. We don't know who's going to be in the first day. We don't know. So, what are we freaking out about? I don't get it. What I'm freaking out about is the motherfucking Senate. That's what I'm freaking out about. The presidency? That's still totally possible. The Senate is fucked. We are fucked in the Senate. Fucked. Now this right here, bad news. Straight up, no silver lining. Not good. The Senate, not good. Really bad. Really bad. All right? It's just really fucking bad. The House, I will be honest with you, I have not followed the House extremely closely. Okay? However, I'm not hopeful for the House. I'm not hopeful. So it's looking like the best case scenario, election-wise, the best case scenario is a Kamala presidency and Democratic House and a Republican Senate. That to me seems like the best case scenario from this point. And that's not good. The worst case scenario, I don't think I need to say it. It's all 3 of them going straight to hell. That's bad news. That is not good. But I am not really, I see no reason to believe that that is something to be concerned about at this moment in time. But yeah, that's pretty much the election night forecast. I don't know if we're going to be getting anything else tonight. Michigan's only got 40% reporting, so, and Donald Trump, get a real boost there. I don't want to look at that. Georgia, again, I don't know about fucking Georgia. Wisconsin, but yeah, we just don't have enough right now. Okay, Virginia. Kamala wins Virginia. Oh. All right. Okay, you had me for a second there, guys. You had me. I thought maybe. I was worried. I was worried for a minute. Okay. All right. See, I told you guys. No. Kamala's going to lose Virginia? No way. Well, New Mexico's in. Alright, so we don't have to worry about fucking Virginia anymore. So that's fucking good. Not that we should have been worried about Virginia in the first place. But that's nice. Arizona, still don't know. But yeah, so with Virginia out of the way, again, Michigan, Wisconsin, these are going to be the ones we're eyeballing. Arizona, I mean, theoretically, Arizona could be called in the next 24 hours, but I wouldn't bet on it. Michigan and Wisconsin. Wisconsin, I think, is more likely to get called first. And once again, if Trump wins either one of those, we are not looking good. If Trump wins Michigan, looking bad. If he wins Wisconsin, looking bad. If he wins both, it's already over. But, yeah, I mean, Pennsylvania, God fucking knows what the fuck's going on in Pennsylvania, right? Like, yeah. I mean, there's still a lot to go in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's going to take until the end of the week, I think. The fucking goddamn Senate, dude. It's not good. It's not good. Ugh. Oh, boy, oh. Yeah, if anyone has any questions, comments, or concerns, let me know. What do you got? I'll look at Twitter. Yeah, I mean, if you look at Twitter, these guys are freaking the fuck out, man. So I'm just going to close that. But yeah, I mean, what do we got? Yeah, I mean, the cities always take the longest. They got an Iowa county, and it looks like Iowa, too. Those bastards. Well, yeah, I mean, fuck. 12,000 votes for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in Wisconsin. I mean, this is the shit blows my mind. The guy dropped out and endorsed Donald Trump. Like, I mean, like, man. Crazy. But yeah, it's looking like this is the map for tonight. So with all this in mind, I will make a little update video in the morning when I wake up. And then I will stream sometime tomorrow night. But yeah, so the Kamala Harris fantastical blowout victory, not gonna happen. What a shame. Now, she totally might still carry Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania. Totally possible. And that would still kind of put her in that kind of similar territory. But I'm not so sure about that. So I think it's going to be a little bit tighter than I would have liked and that I thought would have happened. So, but losing the Senate, that's bad. That's just bad news. We're going to sleep with bad news no matter what. There's nothing good about the Senate. It's just bad stuff. So, I'm going to end it there. And we'll see how it goes in the morning. But yeah. Am I concerned? I mean, it's an election, right? Of course I'm concerned. Am I more concerned than I was this morning is the real question. And I'm going to be very honest and say no. I am not more concerned than I am this morning. Not by any significant amount. But yeah, the big thing that hurts in the news-wise, beside the Senate, if we just focus on the presidency, is North Carolina. North Carolina, it's disappointing. It's a shame. But other than that, I mean, everything else is still open. So, we'll see how it goes. I will make an update in the morning. And I got 2 shows tomorrow. See how it goes. And buckle up, Buttercup.